are going to be playing a visual novel game called Vtuber Connect. So just as a reminder, before we do get started with this game, I do want to let you guys know that this game does contain mature themes. So I do just want to let you guys know that today we're playing a game that does contain mature themes. So just as a reminder. How's everybody all doing? You guys all doing good? All right, all right. Also, thank you so much for the shout out, Kitten Pauls. I appreciate it. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. All right, so just as a reminder before we do get started with today's stream, this stream does have a game that does contain mature themes. So just as a reminder, please do be advised. All right, so with that being said, let's get started. We're playing a visual novel game called VTuber Connect today. So this is a VTuber visual novel, which I actually didn't know that there is an entire visual novel that obtains through virtual YouTubing, but I saw this game and I wanted to try it out. So today we're going to be trying out the game. All right. The sounds of heavy armor, clashing steel, and furious button mashing fill the air. The girl in front of me is deeply focused, systematically bobbing her head to match with her character's actions. This is the final boss of the video game she's been trudging through for over 50 hours of in-game time. My eyes are glued to the chaotic but methodical movements of the characters in-game. I have not eaten this entire day for this conclusion to a month-long journey of constant revives, unlucky deaths, and cathartic victories. I will either see this fight to the end, or I will die trying. Please end this soon, though. I'm actually starving. The towering figure slashes at the player character on screen, but the attacks are met with perfectly timed rolls. Suddenly, the boss contorts its body to slash behind itself, landing a direct blow to the player. Did you forget about the attack pattern? Oh no! She's one hit away from death. If she dies here and restarts again, this means another 10 minutes long dance where she has to dodge 10 attacks for every one attack she gets in. Also, another 10 minutes where I get the urge to backseat and don't get to eat. The starry-eyed girl starts leaning forward in true gamer fashion to indicate that she is completely focused. With the game, the armored player manages to land a successful string of hits. The health bar of the boss almost drops to zero, but there is not enough time to get another hit in before the boss can retaliate. Showing perfect restraint, the girl manages to roll away in time to dodge the counterattack. This is it! A silver health on both sides! Any one successful hit will mean victory! The boss leaps into the air. The player character paces back and forth as if to accurately measure the distance between them and the descending foe. Right before the moment of the landing, the player character rolls immediately to the side. Anticipating the follow-up attack, another roll is performed in immediate succession. The timing ends up being flawless, as there is now a golden opportunity to strike. The sword of the armored character is brought down, slashing through the boss monster. The boss falls to its knees and starts disintegrating. Finally! I immediately start clapping in joy that both the girl and my immediate suffering has come to an end. It's done! ghost body sinks back to indicate that she's expended most of her energy. A monologue with the armored character starts playing to indicate the end of the journey. The end credit starts rolling as the screen fades away to black. Ah, that was a great game! It truly was. I crossed my arms as I nodded my head in agreement. It took me a while, but it's finally over. I really love the feel of the controls. It feels like I had complete agency over my character's movements. I can tell they put a lot of effort into the way the character moves. It also helps with the quality of the soundtrack, art, and direction made for an overall immersive experience. And the female lead? Just look at her design! I was basically drooling the entire game. I might draw some fan art of her later. Of course you would. See? No, she's fine. Dang, I didn't think it would take me this long to finish the game. Alright, I might stop here for today since I have some stuff I should get done today. But first, I might step outside to take a walk. Step outside? You? Yes, I'm doing what they call touching grass. Shocking, I know. But actually, I went downtown yesterday for the first time in a while. It was because the new line of the graphics card had come out not too long ago. I was trying to buy two for myself. But guess what? They were only letting people buy one! Makes sense, given that they're normally sold out at most places. I know it's because of the shortage, but still, the employee actually looked annoyed with me that I wanted to buy two. Maybe he thought I was a scalper and part of the reason that there's a shortage. I was told that I would have to wait a month before buying another one. I think I might just look online and order them instead. I would think you could just ask someone to go with you and have them buy one as well, but I guess I shouldn't be talking. Ask a friend? Nah, I don't want to inconvenience other people. Okay, who was the one who said I had no friends? Oh no! I'm too tired to hunt you down. I'll spare you for today. There wouldn't be any problems if there was someone with me though. Why don't you come with me next time? Okay, what a cringe responses. Okay, I'll leave it now. Bye. No! Yeah, that's right. Feel bad about it. No, but actually, I have to get going now. Ending the stream here. I'll catch up the super chats tomorrow. Thank you to everybody who subscribed, donated, and came to watch at any point. Oh yeah, and I wanted to remind everyone that my anniversary stream is in 9 days. That's weird. I would have expected her to sound a bit more excited about her anniversary. Maybe she's just a bit tired. Thanks again for coming to Bada Stream. Bye-bye! Close the lid on my laptop as I get ready to stretch the muscles I've neglected to use for the day. Not that I use them much anyway. Another day, another great Bada stream. I can't believe it's almost her first anniversary. It's hard to imagine that she's been able to grow so much in such a short amount of time. It's only been half a year since I started watching her, but I made sure to make it to every single stream, which hasn't been an easy road. I could feel myself almost transcending my human form during one of her summer thoughts. But this is what being a Bada fan means. You walk this harsh path of silent, hole-digging endurance stream and the beat song karaoke sessions along with her. Sometimes we are graced with situation ASMR streams or professionally made song covers. I suppose I could check out some of the other VTubers I follow while Bada is offline. I still haven't eaten today, but if streams are not watched live, then what is the point? Watching a recording of a stream after the fact is akin to watching an anime months or even years after it's aired. You miss the experience of having live reactions and miss being in the moment. People would have already moved on to the next thing to talk about after stream ends. I scroll through The list of currently live VTubers. Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore the universe. Born just in time to live through this VTuber boom. I truly am living in the best timeline! Oh, we got a phone call. Hmm? I pick up a ringing phone to see a familiar name displayed. Hello? Yoko? Yoko de? What's up? Shoma! That's what I should be asking you! Have you spent all day watching VTubers again? Of course not! I stepped outside to take out the trash earlier today. You haven't eaten a bite today yet either, have you? I have been consuming the entertainment media of live streaming. Quite filling, if you ask me. Boy, don't make me come over there and punch you! Look here, I know it's the first summer after you entered college, but how long do you expect to just watch VTubers all day? This isn't a phase, it's a lifestyle. Besides, I watch anime and play video games as well. And it's not like my grades are bad. It's not your academic performance I'm worried about. Have you given up on trying to make friends? I know with the recent pandemic and all, it might have been more difficult to meet new people. And you might not have found what you were looking for in your first semester. But you still should try to make an effort. But you should also make an effort to try and form some meaningful relationships. I have been forming meaningful relationships just with streamers instead. Why go through the pains of in-person relationships when I can just spend my time in the comfort of my own room? There's no worrying about having to awkwardly acknowledge people if you're making eye contact or wondering if asking them for a favor will inconvenience them. We both know that those are two very different things. There are some things that you can't just get out of by interacting with people. I can't be like you. I don't come off as friendly or amiable unless I'm really forcing myself. Compared to me, you get along with everybody pretty effortlessly because of your positivity and kindness. You don't have to be like me. I guarantee you, there are people out there that like you for you. And what you said isn't completely true. I have my plenty of struggles in my own relationships, and there are people out there that I don't get along with despite me trying. You have your own unique qualities that will allow you to connect with people. I actually did go to a meetup recently. It was a week ago. I couldn't connect with any of the people I met. They would just talk to me about sports or their classes. There's nothing wrong with those topics, but I couldn't relate at all. They just seemed so carefree and uninspired. Like, they were just going with the flow of life without any issues. They couldn't relate to my own interests either. It took less than an hour for me to become exhausted from all of it and go home. I hear the sound of a long sigh escape from Yoko's mouth. Don't you think that there's more to them than what they were just on the surface to someone they had just met? Even if they had some deep-seated passions or problems in their lives, they wouldn't want to show them to someone they had just met, right? Of course. I'm not of anybody and everybody. I think having a few intimate relationships that you value and take comfort in is completely fine. Trying to make more friends isn't necessarily always better. I get what you're saying, but can I really be expected to try and get to know each person on the chance that I might like them? I'm fine as it is. Just watching VTubers for the my fill of relationships. Look, I'm still really appreciative that you ended up picking this lifestyle change. Before then, I knew you weren't in the best headspace. VTubers helped you more than I ever could, and I'm grateful for that. it again. It's apparent that you enjoy watching VTubers, and that's completely fine. But I don't think those are the only interactions you should have. Could you try to make an honest effort again to try and meet some people? Like maybe joining a club or going to a local event? Please? For me? Alright. But in exchange, I don't want you blaming yourself for how I felt back during winter break. Sounds like a deal! By the way, I'll be in town briefly for business in a few days. I'll stop by your place, so let's grab dinner for that night. Sure thing. Just call me beforehand when you're on the way instead of just barging in like you usually do. Oh, cruel! You should be glad your older sister comes for a surprise visit. Oh yeah, I wanted to mention, remember that time I asked you for some recommendations for VTubers because I was curious? I finally got around to checking some of them out. Oh? Can't say this is personally my thing. I didn't really get much of what was going on. I don't really play video games, so I didn't understand any of the gaming sheets, while a lot of the others were mainly chatting about topics I didn't really understand. Some clips I saw just consisted of really simple things, like sitting down on a chair, like a girl sitting down on a chair, or them falling down off camera. There was another clip of a girl saying, FAQ. What's up with that? Don't question it. So yeah, this game is a VTuber game. It's a VTuber visual novel, and I'm a VTuber. I'm a Peak Buddy based VTuber, and I'm playing a VTuber game, so it's pretty cool. The irony is lost when I have to explain it. But that's about what I expected. I even told you that you wouldn't understand much. Hey, I wanted to try and understand your interests a bit more. Can't say I understand any better after checking it out, though. But that's alright. As long as this is something you personally take solace in, just remember that there are other things out there that can bring you happiness. Anyway, I gotta go now, so let's catch up in a few days. Sounds good. See you later. Bye-bye! So Shoma is the protagonist, and Shoma is a fan of VTubers. Hey! Yeah! I'm a VTuber and I'm a fan of VTubers! Yeah! I lay my phone on my desk and let out a sigh. That sister of mine surely doesn't have to worry about me so much. But that's just like her. I feel a peace of mind when I know she's looking out for me. I guess I could try and follow her advice, but I'm not really expecting much. Even if I did, it probably ends up being something superficial. Type of relationship where we pretend to care about each other's interests and only associate with each other when there's something to be gained. This is why I stick to watching VTubers. There's no expectation for me to live up to a certain standard, aside from behaving in chat. These streamers share my passions and interests, so I won't be judged or misunderstood for what I do. I don't expect I mean off the street. I don't expect people I mean off the street to be able to understand me. I let out a long sigh and look out the window. I might as well stop by the convenience store to grab a bite. There should be a new issue of the weekly VTuber magazine. I heard Mana will be on the edition of this edition's cover. Wait! I've heard about the VTuber magazine! I heard about it! VTuber magazine. I saw that. Whoa, that is so cool. Yeah, it's really cool. I haven't seen physical copies of the VTuber magazine, but I've seen digital copies of them. It's super, super cool learning about it. It is so, so cool. Yeah, seeing all the VTubers on the magazines, so cool. I'm greeted by the harsh glare of the sun as I get my first exposure of sunlight for the day. I arrive at the local store located a few blocks down from my apartment. As I approach the magazine section, I see a figure of a girl staring at the last copy of the VTuber magazine. I immediately notice the dark circles under her eyes, reflecting the weary aura that's exuding from her. Even if I, even I don't ever look this dead inside when my donations get ignored. This might be a grim reminder of the harsh realities of the 3D world. It's in stark contrast to the positive atmosphere of the VTuber streams. She appears to be lost in thought, staring at the image of Mana on the cover of the magazine. So Mana is the VTuber. She notices my presence and turns my way. Oh, sorry. Did you want the last copy of the VTuber magazine? Wow, even her voice sounds like she's dead inside. I'm so used to hearing voices full of life on stream that I didn't realize that people could sound like this. Were you gonna buy it? If you were, then that's alright. No, that's okay. Do you want it? Huh. I guess she's being nice and letting me have it. Thanks. Yeah, I was planning on getting it. Well, in that case, I'll be buying it first. Huh? Jokes, jokes! You can take it. This girl, I guess she does have a bit of life in her. Thanks. I take extra caution picking up the magazine in case she tries to mess with me some more, but she looks at me with a smug smile. So you're a fan of VTubers? That's an understatement. VTubers are my lifeblood. Oh, just curious. Why do you like VTubers? Offering a chance for me to talk about my favorite things in the world? Say no more! First off, there's an implicit assumption that these people with anime avatars are going to share a common interest in Japanese entertainment media. I automatically build a connection with them because of that, as well as the immediate attraction that I have to a well-designed model. Next, VTubers have a wide range of talents, including drawing, singing, dancing, and voice acting, which appeals to people. VTubers are just generally entertaining people that are nice to be around. When I'm watching a VTuber stream, it's almost like I'm hanging out with them. Overall, VTubers are just these incredible bundles of character and talent. It's almost outwardly. I beam with pride at my detailed explanation, but I'm met with a blank expression. I see. She doesn't look very impressed by my explanation. I'm starting to think I might have creeped her out a little. Maybe I should have said I liked them because they're cute or funny. But hey, she was the one who asked. Say, have you ever thought that these VTubers aren't real? Huh? What do you mean? There are real people behind those avatars. I know. But what if that VTuber persona is not really who they are? What if that person behind them acted completely differently? It's almost like the VTuber doesn't actually exist as a person. I pause at the abruptness of this question. This typically wouldn't be the type of question that you would ask someone you just met. But I don't like the implications that are being made about VTubers, so I'll bite. Well, I don't doubt that there are differences in the way that people present themselves on stream and the way that they present themselves in their personal lives. People act differently depending on the situation. like how to act in front of strangers versus how you act at home. That's true for VTubers as well. I guess it also depends on the situation. Why are they acting differently? That's true. What about this? You have a person that acts a certain way, but for the sake of playing a VTuber persona, they have to adapt a, adopt a different personality and act in a way that they usually never would. Would you consider that VTuber to not be real? That that person was just playing a character? The idea that an idolized VTuber isn't actually real is one that wouldn't sit well in anyone's mind. But thinking about it, there is some validity to this idea. I watch VTubers all the time, but I always just assumed that there was a person behind the avatar that acted some way. As much as I hate to admit, I guess there's always the possibility that there might be a real person behind the avatar who's just playing a part. But does that necessarily mean that that VTuber isn't real? What would constitute them as being real? This is making my head hurt. I guess there's an argument to be made there because there isn't a person that would act that way completely naturally. That identity might not be real. But at the same time, it's pretty difficult for a person playing a character to hide their individual quirks and mannerisms, even if they're adopting a completely different personality. That might just end up being a different set of a person. I see. I don't think it's exactly as simple as separating yourself from that part that you might be forced to play. There will be likely always a part of that person that shows, at the very least, in the minds of the fans, the experiences and memories that they have with that VTuber are real. Maybe that's what matters. Did you take that line from your favorite anime? You got me. But there's some truth to it. I don't want to believe that my experiences as a VTuber would be all for nothing because that person is playing behind an avatar is just playing a part. Well, it wouldn't be necessarily for nothing. It's just that I'm sure a lot of fans will feel betrayed if that wasn't who a VTuber actually was, and that VTuber themselves might not be able to act the way they want to or do the things they normally do. Speaking of which, I also want to ask, will the motivations of a person behind a VTuber avatar ever make a difference? Say, you have a person who's really shy, but they want to be able to put themselves out there, be more open. So they use the VTuber avatar to reinvent themselves and be a more outgoing person. Then you have another person who's shy, but they take solace in that, and you want to continue being shy as a VTuber. But they're forced to play the personality of an outgoing person. Maybe because the agency they join forced them to. Can both of the VTubers in those scenarios still be considered to be that person's self? Mm, my good reaction is to say that the VTuber persona of the person who voluntarily plays that personality is more real and obviously themselves. But even if someone didn't want to play that outgoing personality, that might still be themselves acting in that way. And they might find themselves naturally becoming more outgoing, and therefore that becomes their self. The first example definitely seems like it's someone who's themselves when VTubing though. But if they can only act that way when they adopt that VTuber identity, then is it really themselves? Isn't that similar to putting on a superhero suit or transforming into a magical girl? I've watched enough magical girl anime to know the answer to that. Transforming empowers the girls to perform feats that they otherwise might not have had the courage to do. But their true strength was always in their hearts, regardless of transformation. Oh, that's interesting. The fact that you watch magical girl shows, that is. not what you said. I hope my interest you mean that with a positive connotation. There is nothing wrong with watching magical go anime as a young male adult. I find that story to be inspiring. Oh, I agree. I just wish it was that simple in reality. Or maybe, is it really that simple and I'm just overthinking things? Last question. Does the audience perception of the VTubers identity matters in determining if their identity is real? I don't follow. Say, you have a VTuber that wants to express themselves on stream. But how can the audience see that that VTuber is different from how that VTuber wants to be expressed? So that VTuber acts how the audience wants to see them. Is that VTuber identity considered real? And can that even be considered that person's self? I guess it's real in the sense that this is how a real person acts in a situation when they feel forced to act in a certain way. And also in the sense that the audience perceives identity is fulfilled. And it's not real in the sense that this isn't the way that VTubers would normally act, and they might just be playing a persona. I don't really know if that's still considered the VTuber's self. Sorry, is there supposed to be a clear, correct answer to these questions? I feel like I haven't gotten a single one. I don't think so. At least I don't really have a clear, correct answer. I'm mostly just asking so I can see another person's point of view. It might be naive, but I wish it could always be simple as just being yourself, and everyone will accept you, and you will succeed as a VTuber. Maybe for some it's that simple and there's no problem. Some VTubers just be themselves on stream and enjoy what they do, and there's nothing wrong with that. But even then, not everyone might accept you, and you might have people who push a different identity onto you. What people want might end up being different from what you want to express. Maybe it causes a disconnect between that person and their VTuber persona, or maybe that's actually them. If there's a disconnect, then it probably becomes more pronounced when you adopt a new name and appearance. Probably. Then in that scenario, is that VTuber self the fake and their usual self the real self? Or they're both different but a real size to the same person? Or maybe they're both fake. I guess. How would that even work? I don't know. I just say that to mess with you. I applaud your ability to crack jokes right after asking serious questions. How did I even get into this situation? I always forgot why I came here in the first place. Can't say I necessarily hate this though. I hadn't really put much thought into what it means for the VTuber to take on a new identity. Even in that conversation we just had feels like a jumbled mess. I feel like I gained a new perspective on VTubers. Oh yeah, this all started from being asked why I like VTubers. What about you? Why do you like VTubers? Assuming you do. What if I said I don't watch VTubers? I would demand my time and energy back. Here, I thought I found a kindred soul. Okay, okay. Yeah, I watch VTubers. Why? I like them? Let's see. VTubers can be a shelter for those that need it. Sometimes you have nowhere else to go. Sometimes you just need to get away from everything. Sometimes you aren't happy with the way things are, and you need somewhere to express yourself in ways that you normally couldn't. In the world of VTubing, you're free from the threads that tie you from becoming who you want to be. You can change how you look, how you act, and just be able to reinvent yourself. I'm suddenly reminded of my own experiences when I first started watching VTubers. I really did have nowhere else to go. For the first time in who knows how long, it feels like someone might have understood me. I can relate to that. Oh? Sometimes we just need to feel like that there's someone there talking and chilling with us. There might not be anywhere else to go to get that connection, to get that human connection. I realized that I said I have no friends in a roundabout way. Mm-hmm. are people in your life that you can go to. It feels like no one understands you. Sometimes you just need a break from everything. Others might not even have the luxury of having friends, so they go to VTubers. She looks at me when she says that, as to emphasize that I might not have friends. Why were you looking at me with that expression when you said that? Come on. You're supposed to look at people when you're speaking to them. You didn't think that I was implying anything? Did you? This girl's giving me a smug smile. She knows what she did. Nope, not at all. Must have been a coincidence. I must have been mistaken. Sorry for suspecting you. I give my best exaggerated display of poor acting. Good, good. I accept your apology. I was about to break into tears if I were to be suspected of implying that you have no friends. Hey, you're not supposed to point that out, so you were implying that. She gives a hearty laugh, then quickly goes back to her deadpan expression. I don't know what you're talking about, but going back to what I was saying, she's changing the subject. Even if there's nowhere else to go, that's not to say that people should go and pour their troubles out to a streamer. You don't do that, do you? Hey, what do you take me for? My struggles are so pathetic that even if I wanted to inconvenience others, they would just think of me even less than they already would. I don't think that's something you should be proud of. But I don't think it matters how pathetic your struggles are. There might always be others out there that are going through a rougher time, but that doesn't make your struggles any less important to you. What matters is how you deal with them, right? There's too much I don't get about this girl. Why did she start asking me difficult questions about VTubers? What's with the sad look she's giving? At the very least, I don't think she's being nice for the sake of seeming nice, like other people do. Honestly, my struggles really are pathetic. Why would I ever inconvenience VTubers to listen to the troubles of someone as insignificant as me? Even this girl in front of me, I'm not going to try and earn any pity from someone I just met. I'm sure my struggles are not worth the time or emotional energy from even random people. Thanks. I didn't want to push back in case she ends up expending any more energy on insignificant things. So, why would you ask me all these questions? Do you typically interrogate everybody you meet? How rude! Of course I don't do this to everybody. You were just a prime victim. In what way was I a prime victim? You're a VTuber fan for one. You also look like you had nowhere else to spend your time. What you said was contradictory. Being a VTuber fan means I have no time to spend on anything else. Yeah, sure. That proves my point. I'm not entirely convinced that she would just randomly start asking me weird questions without any reason, but it doesn't seem like I'll get any answer out of her. I might as well just take the chance to ask her about her thoughts on other things. You said you were a fan of VTubers, right? What about Mana, the one on the cover? I guess you could call me a fan. Isn't she the greatest? That cool voice, the great sense of humor, the ability to handle any situation with confidence, the talent she has in so many fields? It ain't much. Huh? There are a ton of other VTubers out there that are more talented and put in just as much work. So I just a like for her to make it big. I take back what I thought about being understood. You might as well be kicking me down and stomping on me. Hey, some people are into that. There's no way that she was just lucky I got to where she was. Well, that's the reality of the VTubing world. It's just timing and luck. That's just wrong. You can't make you can't just make nothing out of their talent and efforts. Believe me, I really do respect the talents and efforts of VTubers. But the reality is, no matter how talented or how much effort some people would put in, it won't be enough. They won't make it. Others with less talent and who put in less effort might make it big instead. Maybe it would be because they came across the right opportunity to join an agency. Maybe that one clip they had went viral. The internet isn't a place that perfectly and accurately rewards work and talent. Oftentimes, the success of a VTuber will bend to the whims of whatever's trending at that time. And if it was that easy to just predict or figure out, then anybody could just make it big. I have to stop myself from getting angry. I know I shouldn't get defensive about things I like, but any affront to the VTubers I like, Mana in particular, feels like an attack on myself. I think I've calmed down. Thinking about it, there is some validity to what she said, to what she's saying. The internet can be unpredictable, and how a VTuber can make it big isn't often something that is so easily determined. I watch plenty of smaller VTubers myself, and to say that they're not making it big because they're not working hard enough or that they aren't talented enough is disingenuous. But at the same time, you can't just make it big by timing and luck alone. People aren't gonna just keep watching because you got lucky. There has to be some appeal to get people to stay. Sorry, I got a bit emotional. I think you're right about some things. We can't predict who will become big. There might be plenty of VTubers out there that could have been the next big thing but never did. But there's no way that a VTuber will remain successful without having the hard work and talent required to do. I don't believe that Mana could be as successful as she is by just getting lucky. I'm sure there was some of that involved. But the reason she gets by touching the hearts of her viewers isn't just a product of timing or luck. I truly believe that who she is as a person and the work that she puts in is the reason why she continues to appeal to so many people. She just looks at me with surprise. Who she is, eh? I got a bit emotional as well. Maybe you're right. Regardless, popularity isn't the only indicator for success for VTubers, is it? There are a ton of VTubers that are satisfied with the community they built, regardless of size. I'm sure there are people who think that way, but at the same time, I think in the back of their minds, a lot of them also think that it would be nice if they were to make it that big. There are plenty of VTubers out there that have single digit average viewers and desperately wish to grow. Can't say I've been through that or know what goes through their minds, but you have a point. I've seen many VTubers try to put themselves out there on multiple platforms to try and grow. And imagine how many of their stories have been denied before they could even get going because they started at the wrong time or just got unlucky. Did someone kick you down this morning or something? You don't seem to have the most optimistic outlook on things. This morning, someone's been kicking me down every day. Well, you probably should tell that person to stop. Yeah, well, that's somebody's life. I'll make sure to tell them next time. But anyway, since we're talking about Mana, what if the one behind Mana is a completely different person? You mean what we're talking about earlier? Don't you mean that person behind Mana acts completely differently? It's a bit hard to believe. Hmm. I don't know. Would it actually matter? What do you mean? Even if Mana is stepping off stream, then does that really matter? I mean, like you said earlier, there could be a ton of reasons for it. You won't feel betrayed that she was lying to you in a way? I think in the back of my mind, maybe I would. But she doesn't owe us. owe it to us in any way to act a certain way. Is that so? What about you? Aren't you Mana's fan? How would you feel? I would feel betrayed that I find inspiration in someone so amazing, but she just turns out to be pathetic in reality. That she was just putting up a front this entire time. That's that's really harsh. That really wasn't the answer I was expecting. I guess there are really harsh Mana fans out there. I would have thought that everybody liked her. I doubt that's actually the case though. Well, reality has a tendency to disappoint. I'm sure you even have expectations in the first place to disappoint. Hmm, you're right. Let me rephrase. Reality has a tendency to be exactly as I expect it to be. I can't help but give a chuckle at the absurdity of this conversation. How long have we been standing here? 20 minutes? I don't even know this girl's name, but I can tell she's unique to say the least. By the way, I don't think I caught your name. Trying to slide into my DMs, I see, luring me into this long-winded conversation and then trying to get my information out of me. Hey, you were the one who started asking me the questions. And don't make me out to be a predator just for asking your name. My name is Makoto. Makoto Kagurazaka. Wow, that's a mouthful. My name is Shoma. Shoma Hasegawa. Well, Hasegawa, I should get going now. Oh, I remember what Yoko and requested of me earlier. I much rather would spend my time playing games or watching VTubers than try to and converse with strangers. But talking with this girl wasn't all that bad. She has a certain bitterness towards the world that I kind of admire. A lot of other people I met just seem to passively agree with anything, but she doesn't seem to be afraid of speaking her mind. And she has some interesting takes and questions. But I don't even know anything about her, and we just happen to be here by chance. There's no excuse I can use for us to converse again. I can't just ask for her email or her number. Why would she want to continue associating with me anyway? I'm just being selfish. I'm not going to inconvenience her any further. Sounds good. It was nice talking to you. Maybe we'll see each other around. Well, I'll be here. Well, I'll be here about the same time tomorrow. I didn't buy the magazine I wanted. Isn't just a roundabout of telling me to come back tomorrow? Maybe I'm just getting too ahead of myself. See ya. I watch as she walks away down the street. Surely people haven't changed this much since the last time I talked to them. I'm sure she's just an oddity. My stomach suddenly reminds me of the reason I came to the store. I take the Vtuber magazine and the pre-packaged bill to counter to check out. I plop down on my chair and lay the contents on my plastic bag on the desk. As I open the plastic casing of my meal, I stare at the cover of the magazine. Mana's face adorns the front cover with her signature winking peace sign. I can't imagine that whoever is behind Mana, that she might actually be a completely different person. Even if that was the case, would that necessarily be a bad thing if it was by choice? The Mana person is used to becoming another person, another someone that they want to be, then that's fine, isn't it? If that wasn't the case, how could someone not want to be Mana? She's basically perfect in the eyes of the VTuber community. She's a pillar of strength and proof that you can make it to the top with talent and hard work. I remember when Kagura Kagurazaka told me earlier about her success being the result of luck and timing. There's no way that's completely true. The reason she's so successful is because she's so amazing. How can anyone ignore that fact? I don't think there's much point in thinking about this though. Mana is someone who's out of reach for any of us, especially someone like me. The most interaction you can get from her is a verbal reading of your donation. That amount of attention is enough. It's selfish and delusional to think you can get any more than that. I put down the magazine and flipped through some VTuber magazines, some VTuber streams to occupy myself for the rest of the day. I stand up from my desk, content as content as I think about the productivity of my day so far. I managed to make a sizable dent in my gaming backlog while not missing a single second of the VTuber streams I wanted to check out. Unfortunately, the limitations of the human body are preventing me from going further as my body tells me it's time to eat. I remember what Kagura Azaka told me the day prior. It's almost time for her to be at the store. Well, I have to go get food anyway. I might as well check if she's there. The sun once again batters my eyes with its rays of light as I step outside for the first time today. The storefront slowly comes into vision as I approach. I don't see Kagura Zaka anywhere. Did I just miss her? No, I'm pretty sure I just deluded myself into thinking that she would want to meet with me again. I guess I'll just go grab my food and head back. Hey, I hear the familiar voice of someone who sounds like they've given up hope in this world. Oh, Kakurazaka! I saw you looking disappointed. Did you think that I already left? Did you miss me that much? The only disappointment I get from life is when VTubers cancel their streams. Oh, sounds like a satisfying life if that's the only thing that disappoints you. What brings you back here? Oh, the thing that your body does when you have been eaten. I also wanted to check out the new Jump chapters. You mean you wanted to get this? Hakurazaka looks down at the stats, her eyes on the last edition of Jump available. Is she even gonna mess with me again and take it? Curse this store manager! Why don't you restock your shelves? No, that's not the one I meant. Oh, okay. I guess I'll take it home then. Wait, no! Sure, you can have it. Can't remember the last time I had the chance to catch up on manga. Akuriazaka gives a somber tone. Is it because she's too busy? If she has the time to talk to me like this, then I would imagine she has the time to catch up on manga. Which manga do you read? I read a lot. Well, I used to. But I would like to catch up with Heroes of the Sky. I have the volumes for those if you like to borrow sometime. Kagurazaka looks at me weirdly as if I'm misunderstanding something. Sure, I'll take you up on that offer. Don't spoil anything before then, though. Well, you already act like you have nothing to lose. You might very well do it. How rude! I haven't given up on everything yet. There are plenty of things still worth living for, like cute anime girls and that amazing parfait at the cafe down the street. Parfait sounds delicious. had a parfait in a long while. Do you guys remember like the McDonald's parfaits? Wait, do they still have the McDonald's parfaits? Wait, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna see if they still have the McDonald's parfaits. Okay, so yeah, in my in my in my place, they discontinued the parfaits. But do you guys remember like the McDonald's parfaits? Do you guys remember those? Like the McDonald's parfaits? Yeah, it was really good. I remember I would get a lot of the McDonald's parfaits. I remember whenever I went to McDonald's, I would get like a McDonald's parfait, like the fruit and yogurt parfait. And it was really good. Yeah, it was pretty good. Well, you know what they say. Suffering is how you know you're still alive, and you can appreciate the happy moments even more as a result. Just because something's comparatively better doesn't actually make it better, does it? I don't know. Is it all comparative? One person's level of suffering might be another person's regular level of living. True, maybe my suffering is just a state of being for me at this point. Our conversation is interrupted by the sound of my stomach. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to keep you from getting your food. No, that's alright. We also probably shouldn't just stand around here. Do you also want to head to the park just up ahead after I get some food? A smile suddenly forms around Kaguazaka's face. Oh, oh ho ho ho! Hey, stop making it weird. I'm quite a busy person, but I guess I'll spare the time to stay with you so you aren't lonely. Yeah, I'm sure you spend your time very wisely. What was that? Nothing. I grabbed some rice balls, tea, and the last copy of the Jump magazine on the shelf and take them to the counter to check it out. Rice balls sounds delicious. We do have rice balls over here, but they're called musubi. Yeah, so they're called musubi. I'll type it in the chat, but this is what they are called, musubi. Yeah, it is at 7-Eleven. It is at 7-Eleven, but they're called musubis. So the musubis, there are different types of musubis. There's also the ones that are shaped like onigiri, which are rice balls, and then there's also spam musubi as well. So musubis are in different shapes over here. So there's the regular spam musubi, then there's the hot dog musubi, and then there's also musubis that are in the shape of onigiri as well. And there is also a karage chicken musubi too. What are you up to? You know, existing. Sounds rough. I've got what I wanted to buy, so we can go now. We headed down the street to the nature park ahead. Hakuyazaka stares straight ahead, but it doesn't seem like she's focusing on the scenery in front of her. I realize I know next to nothing about her. let alone what she could possibly be thinking about. We arrive at the walkway next to the park, at the park's lake, and stare at the surface of the water. As I'm eating my rice balls, I think about how I could get to know Kaguya-zaka better. Say, do you also go to Nusamu University? Hmm? Kaguya-zaka breaks her focus and turns to me. Oh, you do? I do. Can't say I'm particularly a fan of studying and attending classes, though. There are people out there who are fans of that? If you're passionate about what you're studying, then sure. I'm mainly just doing it because society is so adamant about sending everybody to get a higher education and so that I can have security in the future. I can't say I'm particularly passionate about these textbooks, but what I read from these textbooks. No, I get that. I can't say that I'm particularly passionate about the topics in class either. Most of my passions lie outside what I do in class, and they are anime, manga, video games, the types of inspirational and heartwarming stories and characters that are portrayed and ones that I can't get from other mediums. VTubers are as well, of course. Being able to share in those experiences is also nice. Specific creative media lets me experience journeys, feelings, and thoughts from others that I normally wouldn't be able to experience on my own. So, you're what they call an otaku. Very funny. I'm sure that concept is very foreign to you. And like that wasn't obvious enough already from the conversations we've had. Sorry, please don't talk to me anymore. Her deadpan delivery of that line gets a laugh out of me. No, but that's something I completely understand. No, but that's something I can completely understand. You're able to make a profound connection with something or someone, even if they might be fictional. What about you? What are you passionate about? Me? Of course, I like the same things you mentioned as well. But I have to describe it. I like creating things as a way to share my own experiences and convey my feelings. There are just some things I can't convey through words alone, and being able to create things lets me share that with others. When I draw that piece of art of that one scene that resonated with me, or sing that song about an experience that I wish to convey, I'm about to express myself and hopefully make that connection with others. When I'm able to bring happiness to others by doing so, and that's fulfilling in words that words can't do justice. So it's a bit similar to what I said, but the creator side. You draw and sing though? Sing, draw, dance, voice act, make content. Can't say I'm particularly great at any of it though. Wow, that's a lot. I'm curious now. Can I see what kind of stuff you make? Yeah, not in a million years. Ouch. I understand though. It really is one of the best feelings though. When something that you created is able to touch the hearts of the people who experience it. It's like they were able to understand me and form a connection. It's like I made a difference in this world and that I matter. This was a bit unexpected, but I feel like I'm getting a better glimpse into her. What she's saying only reminds me of my own feebleness. How do people have the courage to put themselves out there like that? What if everybody hates what you create? What if that thing that you wish to convey is miscontoured and harms people? I recall what Kaguya-zaka said the day prior about why she likes VTubers. That VTubers can be a way for people to express themselves in ways they normally couldn't. As a VTuber, it's like you're reborn as a new person and have a fresh start. Nobody can know who you actually were unless you tell them. Maybe that anonymity can empower people to overcome that fear and put themselves out on the internet to share their own experiences. When I think about internet anonymity, I mostly think about how people use it as a weapon to hurt others without any consequences. But maybe it can be used to protect and empower people? Wait, all of Kaguya-zaka's ways of expressing herself are typically those that VTubers also have. She also has the courage to put herself out there, and she herself mentioned that VTubers are a way for people to express themselves. Could she be? No. The chances are pretty small, statistically speaking, anyway. And I can't imagine someone who as jaded as her would be one. And even if she was, it's not like she would say that she was. You know, if you think about it, once we're gone from this world, we would only have those that remember us to have a lasting impact on this world. But once they're also gone, then you can no longer influence anything. But if you have created something and left it behind, then you can continue to make a difference. Maybe that's my way of rebelling against our inevitable fate that I refuse to be forgotten. But even if you are remembered, you would have influenced people through your life. And in turn, those people would have influenced others. So your impact will continue to grow even after you're gone. That's true. But I still wish to impact more people more directly even after I'm gone. I feel more at ease if I knew the work that I created was still out there, able to express who I was. Now I'm really curious to see what kind of content she makes. But if it's a work personal to her, then I can understand not wanting to share with someone that she just met. I guess that's something that's so easily pursued as a career, right? Most people who pursue careers in the arts have it pretty rough with it being hyper competitive and all. Yeah, even if you do manage to miraculously make a living creating things you enjoy, then it's rare that you also have job security with it. There's a lot more to it. There's a big difference between doing things you like when you want to do them and doing things you like when you have to do it to live. Your perspective on that completely changes. I think I know what you mean. If you have to do it for a living, then you might have to take on projects you might not necessarily like, even if you're doing what you enjoy. Like an artist might have to go from drawing works that they're passionate about to having to draw for works they might not care about. Yeah, and it's not only that. Even if you are able to work on something that you're passionate about, doing the things that you enjoy, you might have to face certain deadlines or have to meet certain expectations. Suddenly, you find yourself doing it because you have to, rather than doing because you want to. Wouldn't that still be better than having to work a job where you don't enjoy what you do? If you find yourself starting to hate doing what you're passionate about because of the negatives, then maybe not. That's one of the worst things that can happen. The absolute worst. You might still love what you do and wouldn't give it for the world. Give it up for the world. If there are so many other negatives tied to it and you find yourself miserable, you won't view it the same way. You seem to feel pretty strongly about this. Do you know someone personally that had to go through that? You could say that. Well, I hope they find their answer. I can't imagine feeling like that towards the things I'm passionate about. I hope so too. If there's even if there even is an answer out there somewhere. Well, if ever do find a way you could do the things you like the way you want to do it, while also having security, then I'll let you know. But I might want to take up that opportunity for myself first. If I could get paid to watch VTubers all day, then that would be the dream. Speaking of VTubers, I'm sure many of them aim to make a living off making content. But I imagine there are a lot of hardships associated with that. Yeah, I'm sure there are. Say, don't you feel like the way that VTubers make money is seriously, simultaneously humanizing and dehumanizing? In what ways? In a way, VTubers sell their personality by streaming. It's like they are the product. Their income is determined by how much people like them, which depends on their personality. It's almost like they're being assigned a monetary value to who they are. Like people who make less money are worth less of people. That's just not true at all. That's a dehumanizing part of it, right? What's the humanizing part? VTubing allows you to express yourself and doing the things that you want to do. You make money by connecting with people. Alternatively, you could be pulling a lever as a job. Not that there's anything wrong with pulling a lever as a job. There's there might be a need for that, but it feels a lot more human to be able to express yourself as a job. That's true, but the dehumanizing part is such a negative way to view things. People have different preferences and who they might want to support. Just because a VTuber doesn't appeal to a wide audience doesn't mean they're less valuable as a person. No, I agree. I'm just pointing out that it can seem that way. I don't actually believe in it myself. There's so many VTubers out there that are struggling to get by. And there are others I know that have such an amazing community to support them, despite how broken the VTuber might be. curious to know who she's talking about. But it's probably better not to ask her no. Sometimes it feels like Kaguya Zaka has such a negative outlook on things, but then sometimes it feels like that she has an absolute trust in others. There's still too much I don't understand about her, but I guess that's to be expected. We only just met each other. I can't be conceited to think I'll understand her right away. Hmm? Why are you staring at me? Oh, I must have been staring at her while thinking to myself, have you been charmed by all my good points? Oh yeah, of course. You have that realistic view on life and very unique eyes. Oh, you too, Kai. I'm sure every girl you meet instantly falls for you once they know how good you are at complimenting. But I prefer to say that my eyes show how I learned the cruelties of this world. See, would you rather be innocent and have never experienced the cruelties of the world, or would you rather be someone who's lived through it and is wiser as a result? I like to be the one who managed to learn about everything while without having to go through the hardships. Don't we all? What do you even do all day to look so tired? What do I do? That's a secret. You haven't reached a high enough bond level would be to unlock that. Okay. What level am I at right now? Bond level 8. Wait, that's pretty good, isn't it? Out of 100. Okay, yeah, I figured. Sorry. I missed a digit. Out of 1,000. Hey, isn't that a bit harsh? Is this one of those pay to win systems where I can't just pay to skip everything? Sure, but it's a gotcha. Give me 10,000 yen for a 1% chance to skip to max bond level. 99% chance to drop down to level 0. Wow, these rates seem so familiar. I think I've seen them in the gotcha games I played. Is there a pity system? A billion yen for a guarantee. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to my usual gotcha games. I think I prefer the 2D world. You have a girl in front of you offering you the secrets of her heart, and you turn her down for some 2D waifus. The secrets of your heart involve me paying you money? And I thought we were just talking about what you spend your time on. You don't understand the heart of a maiden, do you? What kind of maiden tries to extort money from an innocent soul? You're anything but innocent. You already admitted to playing gotcha games. What's wrong with gotcha games? They lure you in with all those desirable characters that you expect to be able to collect. Then they hit you with predatory practices to make you spend money because you can't get enough resources to get all the characters you want by being free to play. Are you speaking from experience? No. I knew right from the start that it would have to be a fertile effort to be free to play. That's why I started spending money right away. Right. Yui-chan wasn't going to wait for me until her next batter. And I'm guessing you also spent on duplicates so you can max her out? No, no. That can wait until her next batter. But I-chan, on the other hand, stop, stop! My fragile college student finances are crying out in pain right now. I barely have enough to support my favorite VTubers as is. Hey, think about yourself first. You don't need to donate every single stream or buy every single piece of merch to show your support. Many of them would be happy just with you showing up and listening in. Well, it's not like I'm missing out on meals because I'm spending money to support them. I just want to be able to support them whenever I can. Honestly, the support I give isn't nearly enough as what VTubers have given me. All the meaningful experience I've had, as well as just having a place I can go to for comfort. That isn't something I can just put a monetary value on to repay. Kaguyazaka seemed surprised. Did I make that too personal? I guess most people would have would have creeped out that I spent a lot of my money on VTubers. I'm sure those VTubers feel the same way. What do you mean? That you also provided something for them that they feel is undeserved or that they won't be able to repay. Really? But I mainly lurk with the occasional chatting here and there. I figured I'd just be another number to them. That's not true at all. I'm startled by the abrupt shift in her tone. Viewers aren't just a number to VTubers. They might not know every single name of their supporters, but the connections that VTubers form with their viewers is meaningful. I refuse to believe that the community they built together is something that can can just be described as a statistic or a way for the VTubers to collect a paycheck. Thinking about it, it's not too uncommon to hear that content creation is just a job to VTubers, and you shouldn't get too attached to them. But Kaguyazaka is right. There's no way that the relationship can be described like that. No, no, you're right. I don't believe that either. I can't fully describe the feelings I have about that connection, but I'm sure that it isn't as shallow as being a statistic. Kakuyazaka seems to have calmed down. Sorry for getting angry. It's alright. Honestly, I'd rather you have your own beliefs that you're passionate about than be passive and agree with everything I say. I've had interactions where it's obvious that the other person just goes with the flow of whatever I say and doesn't have all that many thoughts of their own. I get that sometimes they just want to come off as nice, but I don't feel like that the conversation goes anywhere. That's why talking with Kaguya feels like a breath of fresh air. Understood. I'll proceed to push all my beliefs onto you from now on. Please don't. I still have some hope for this world, albeit OD slightly, but I still don't want my outlook to be as bleak as yours. Come on. I told you. I prefer to say that I have a more realistic view. Besides, look at me. I manage to smile through the pain every day. Seeing as how you're able to joke around, I can tell you're doing a great job. We both laughed after realizing how silly our conversation has been. I did say that I try to support VTubers when I'm financially able. But if there's one pain I'm unable to smile through, it's that I missed out on Mana's half year anniversary merchandise. That hurts. That haunts me every day. Hmm? You mean the playmat, acrylic stain, keychain, and postcard? Yeah, I was able to get everything later from third-party sellers, except the limited hand-signed postcard. That doesn't exist for sale anywhere. Legitimate ones, at least. I could give you one if you want. Huh? I have one I could give you. One what? You played Koi or something? The hand-signed postcard. I have an extra one laying around that I could give you. Who just has an extra limited time hand-signed postcard from one of the biggest VTubers just laying around? Um, I guess you could call me a big fan. You want it or not? Well, of course I want it. But I can't just take it for free. That's okay, I don't need your money. Are you low-key trying to flex on me? Instead, you could get on your knees and beg for it. Okay, that's totally worth it. I start to fold my knees and lower myself to the ground. Wait, stop! Don't actually do it. I react with laughter at her instant response. I think that's the first time I've seen you get flustered. Alright, maybe I should just throw the postcard in the trash. Wait, please, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Hope you are. Anyway, I actually have to get going soon. I know you have nothing else to do tomorrow, so let's meet up somewhere in the afternoon. That way I can give the postcard to you. And you also promised to let me borrow your manga volumes. That can be how you repay me. I pull out my phone to check the time. I actually have to get going soon as well. I can't miss Mana's stream tonight. But still, just letting you borrow manga for that postcard doesn't sound like a fair trade. You're right. I'll find some money as well. As much as I would like some extra money, I still want to repay you back somehow in the future. Fine, fine. If it's just for the sake of making yourself feel better, then sure. Anyway, give me your contact so I can tell you when to meet. Oh, sure. We perform a quick exchange of contacts. I'll message you tonight. Alright, sounds good. Will this be your first time messaging a girl? I'll have you know that I have a loving older sister that takes every opportunity to check up on how I am. I see. How sweet. I guess that answers my question. Okay, let's go. Oi! Oi! Don't just leave after making a jab like that. She's already walking away. I catch up to her and we make our way out of the park back the way we came. The light breeze and amber greenery make for a pleasant atmosphere as we walk through the trail. Maybe I should go outside more often. The faint bustle of the town and sounds of our footsteps or the only things we hear as we make our way down the street. This doesn't feel like one of those awkward silences where one of us feels like there has to be an outgoing conversation. This is a comfortable silence. Even though Kaguyazaka asks a lot of questions that can carry out a conversation, she doesn't seem particularly seem she doesn't particularly seem like an outgoing or extroverted person. I can tell that she appreciates this type of silence as much as I do. She seems to be the type of person who spends a lot of time thinking about stuff, so maybe times like this are nice for her to reflect. I gaze over at her. Yep, she seems like she's lost in thought. I still don't have the slightest idea of what goes through her mind, even after talking with her more today. Honestly, that might be for the better, both in terms of content of her thoughts and that she can keep me on my toes. I've snapped out of my own thoughts when Kaguyazaka makes a sudden stop. This is the direction I have to go. She points to a branching path on the road. Oh, I go straight from here. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then? Yeah, don't miss me too much. I start messaging you like crazy. I have some stuff to do tonight. conceited of you to think how how conceited of you to think how conceited of you to think that I would possibly want to text you over watching Mana's stream. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't want you missing out on her stream. She turns to leave and walks away quietly until she's out of sight. Did she look sad because of what I said? I thought she would bounce back those kind of jobs without a problem. Maybe I'm maybe I'm just an idiot who has no idea how to talk to people. Why do I do this? And I want to apologize if I said anything out of line. But she told me that she'll be busy tonight. I don't want to seem like I'm being pushy. She also did tell me that she'll message me on where to meet tomorrow. I guess I'll wait until then. I take a deep breath and make my way home, with an too familiar feeling in my mind. I really do hate myself. I ideally scroll through the internet to buy time until the start of Mana stream. My eyes wash over the sea of posts about VTubers. Many of them are self promotions by VTubers themselves on upcoming streams, and others are just memes about what might have happened in the stream this week. I think back to what I talked about with Kaguyazaka today. I wonder how many of these VTubers are people that took the leap to put themselves out there so that they could share what they love and express themselves. Or maybe they're just looking to make a connection with people. I'm sure there are people who are riding the wave and are just doing it for fun. And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. But even if you're doing it for fun, for simple as having fun, there exists a connection with them, and the community that isn't as simple. I only thought about from the viewer's perspective, but Kaguyazaka is right. VTubers also form their own connection with their viewers that can't be described as just a statistic. It would be nice if that's something that they could do with security and peace in mind. With Kaguyazaka really puts things into perspective. Streaming and content creation in general isn't always going to be reliable. VTubers only recently exploded in popularity, and we have no idea if that would still be the case in a few years from now. If you do that as your only source of income, then treating it as your job might change your view of your passion. And even if you're using it to escape from reality, then it's not like you're safe from those feelings. I've seen plenty of VTubers struggle with growth, and once you tire in those feelings of success and fail to your passion, then you might end up tired of pursuing it. There's likely a lot more things that I don't realize about VTubers. My thoughts are interrupted by the start of Mana's intro. Konbana! It's a shining star in the night sky, Mana Orion. How's everybody doing tonight? Good, alright, good, great. Bad? Well, you're in luck because I'm here now. You'll be having a good time in my stream, and I won't be taking no for an answer. Okay, who's saying no? Show yourself. This is where everybody either tries to hide the one that they said that, or they'll spam me with a smiley face. Looks like everybody's saying me. I might have to ban all chat at this rate. But merciful, so I'll let you guys go. I'll be playing this gacha game that I recently picked up. It's called Aeon Nova. I heard a lot of good things about this game, but didn't really have the chance to play it as much until the publishers contacted me for a sponsored stream. So I played it for a bit and started liking it a lot, mostly because the character designs are cute. Oh no, not another gacha game stream. How much is she going to spend this time? Guys, stop saying oh no. I'm just trying to get one of those 5 stars. And I looked at the rates beforehand. The expected amount is about 10 times 10,000 yen for this particular one. Where have I seen this before? The last time she had a gacha game stream, she got incredibly unlucky with the character she wanted and had to hit the pity or the amount needed to guarantee a character. And I've heard that this particular game she's playing right now doesn't have a pity system. This intro to this game is so cute! Yeah. Rocky Harbor 5, thank you for becoming a member of the Cookie Buddy Nation. Welcome on board. Hello. Yahoo! I'm the least chaotic pink bunny mage you'll ever be. Cookie Asagina! Right now we are currently playing a VTuber visual novel game called Vtuber Connect. And it just so happens to be a VTuber visual novel game because I'm also a VTuber too, even though I'm not a gremlin. So it fits. I've already played through all the tutorials and learned all the basics, so I can get straight to the character pulling. Because I know that's what you're all here for. The Inception. Hey, Rocky Harbor 5! Welcome to the stream! Yeah. It's a VTuber playing a VTuber visual novel. Yeah. That's what it is. It's a VTuber playing a VTuber visual novel game. It's true. People are attracted to seeing other people gamble. The chat's just spamming pool when over and over. Alright. This should be where I can buy all the gems to pool. I've already loaded in 10,000 yen worth of gems to summon. Mana starts humming to herself happily as she casually exchanges all of her in-game paid currency to summoning orbs in one set of clicks. Okay, let's go! Mana changes her pitch of her voice up and down in a playful manner. Yeah, that's the emotes. That's the cookie emotes That's the cookie emotes. It's all good, it's all good. That's the cookie emotes. Alright. I'm looking for Haruka-chan. I've already done my research. Seems like she's one of the best units, as well as being the cutest out of all these girls. Basically what I'm saying is that we're meant to be, and if I don't get her, then I don't know what I'm going to do. I might have to take my anger out on you guys if that happens. Okay, I'm starting now. The cursor hovers over the 10 pull button, but Mana has yet to press it. It would be funny if I just stalled here. I'm sure everybody is waiting in anticipation for her to press the button and see what she gets. This is so like her to mess with everybody and just wait. Chat's already spamming about being edged. I bet everybody has their eyes glued to the screen and is drooling all over their keyboards in anticipation. Fine, I'll do it. Mana finally presses the button and the screen transitions into a beautiful animation of a portal opening. The portal glows with a golden hue to indicate that she has gotten a 5-star. Ah! Mana starts screaming in excitement at obtaining a 5-star in her first set of summons. Huh? Already? Weren't the chances like 2%? I can see the wave of streamer luck coming in. See, guys? This is what I meant when I said Haruka-chan and I were meant to be. Stop saying pre-recorded stream. You guys are basically calling yourself chatbots. Mana skips through the lower rarity characters until she gets to the golden glow, only to be met with a character distinct for the one she was aiming for. This is the wrong character! There are 2 5-stars on this particular summon and I got the wrong one! That's okay. Yushan is also cute, and that was only my first set of summons, so that's still lucky! Let's keep going. Mana quickly burns through the remainder of her summons without instances of a golden glow. She lets out an audible groan as she reaches the last of her summons. I went through 80 without a single 5-star! Surely this'll be the one. The portal glows with a golden hue as Mana uses the last of her pools. Mana's model jerks up as she lets out a gasp. This is the one! Mana quickly skips through the animations of the lower rarity characters until she is met with the golden animation. A familiar face pops out as Haruka once again evades being summoned. No! Why? Haruka-chan, why? The audible squeak of a chair can be heard as Mana's model falls backwards until it reaches the limit of its motion range. Everybody's just spamming the Mana cry emotes while others are revealing in Mana's gotcha suffering. Can't say I feel any different. Mana's frozen bottle indicates that the real-life person is still sulking back in her chair and hasn't entered the visual range of her motion capture. Suddenly, the squeaking of a chair can be heard as Mana's model starts moving again. You know what? That's alright. That's just the expected value. That just means that I'm below average in terms of luck. That happens. You know what they say about this? The sunk cost of truth. Can't let the money I just spent go to waste. I'm pretty sure it's called the sunk cost policy. Let me turn the display off so I can charge more gems. The game display turns black as the sounds of a plastic card can be heard being dropped on the table. Mana starts humming to herself happily as if to point out the irony of the large amount of money that can be dropped so casually on gacha games. The game display returns right where it had been, where it had disconnected. Hakuchan will be mine! Minutes pass as the summons are quickly used in succession without any sightings of a gold portal. Mana doesn't say anything, but every tadpole that is used without a 5-star, Mana closes her eyes and tilts her head upwards slowly and silently to affect her agony. Pain! That's the only word that comes from Mana in the past 50 summons. As she uses her second to last 10 pull without avail, she gives her more exaggerated, silent display of pain yet. Last 10 pull? That's okay. I still have another 10. Surely this'll be the one. You can make it through this, Mana! This is painful to watch, but it's also so funny to see her exaggerated reactions. It looks like the life got sucked out of her. Reminds me of Kaguya-zaka. A golden portal appears as Mana widens her eyes and leans forward. This is it! This is the one! The sounds of Mana mashing her screen could be heard as she quickly slips through the animations. On her knife summon, she is met again with a familiar face. No! Mana once again sinks backwards as the familiar image of the character Yue populates the screen. Haruka-chan! Why? Waves of emotes and the word pain surged through the chat window. I guess it wasn't meant to be. Maybe we were just... Mana transitions to the next screen while talking. A golden glow appears with a new image. Ah! Haruka-chan! Mana rapidly starts clapping and drumming on the desk to express her excitement without damaging anything. You did love me after all! Come here. Mwah! Mwah! The sounds of kissing that are uncomfortably close to a microphone could be heard through the stream. I chuckled at how Mana had made this pulling session out to be some sort of emotional journey for her. You really did come home after all! I had to drop every resource I have into her. Mana deftly navigates through the array of menu options to reach the section to grow characters. There we go. And this too. There's something I want to mention since I've been seeing it come up when I was looking this game up. Please don't well shame. People value things differently and could have no problem spending money on something they enjoy because they think it's worth it. someone consciously decides it's worth it to spend X amount of money for a Y% of chance to get something they want, and they're not compromising other things, then they might value more, and then that's completely fine. Don't shame them because they decided to spend a bunch of money on just a video game or anything similar. That's just being insensitive to our subjective experience. It's okay to spend money on the things we enjoy. I'm not trying to promote gotcha addiction to stray through my own spending. I thought this was worth it for me to do as content and for my own enjoyment. Even if I didn't get what I want, I would have regretted it because I consciously decided it was worth it to spend this much money on the chance I got what I want. Of course, people can get addicted and end up spending money that they otherwise think is better used on other things, but they can't stop themselves. We can't know for sure until we get a bigger picture. I don't see it in this community really, but I see it a lot elsewhere on the internet. Let's all try to be more mindful of others' experience and values, okay? That was sudden, but not completely out of nowhere. I see it as well on the internet all the time. It's not just gotcha games, but it also applies to a lot of hobbies. I think most people would scoff at the amount of money I spend on merchandise and donating, but it's what I enjoy. I don't regret it. Okay, hold on. Let's use your submissions now. After navigating through the menu options for the mission screen, the screen is soon filled with tiled spaces to reveal a turn-based grid system. Mana effortlessly starts placing units on the board with intent. Hasn't she only started recently? I guess she's always been good at grasping game concepts. I quickly glance over at the chat window to see that there are people already trying to backseat by telling her to use other units. Guys, I told you this before. It's much more productive to frame your views in a way that's constructive, rather than trying to tell someone that what they're doing is wrong. Instead of saying that unit is bad, place that other one, you could have said something like, I think this unit is not optimal for this level because it specializes in a long range while the map design is more compact as well as having less synergy with my other units. That way, we're understanding why something might not be optimal instead of pushing views onto each other without any reasoning. As always, Mana surprises me at how adept she is at handling issues. I guess that's why she's the top VTuber. Always compromised and strong-minded, without being too pushy when she should be. Mana manages to clear the levels with relative ease while regularly interacting with chat. This continues on for about an hour and a half. That should be enough for the content that I'm doing right now without refilling in energy. I think I'll move on to reading super chats and just hang out for a bit. Okay, first off is Modifan number 211 son. I love this game. I'm so glad you got sponsored. I look forward to how you play. Aw, thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. I know there's a lot of different approaches to reading donation messages, especially depending on the streaming platform. But I'm surprised someone as big as Mana still reads out every single super chat. It honestly seems like a ton of work, and I can see why VTubers wouldn't depend on their approach. But it really does help the community feel closer with her. The super chat reading continues on with Mana being able to provide active responses to any questions or inquiries that were thrown at her. Next we have Johnson2427 son. Mana, I wanted to send a super chat to tell how much your streams meant to me. I'm going through a really rough time, and you've been a light that shines through the darkness. You saved me. I don't think I still would have been around if it wasn't for you, so thank you. Oh boy, it's one of those messages. I mean, I can understand where he's coming from. He probably thinks that they might be flattered, in a way for being such an important part of his life. Or is that his feelings are so strong that you can't contain it. But nobody wants to have to take that burden of being the only hope for someone. It's just too overbearing. Johnson-san, I'm really glad my streams could be a place of solace for you. But that little bit of light is the only thing I can really provide. The only person that can save you is yourself. I don't have the power to save anybody. Heck, I don't even have the power to save myself. I really hope that you find the strength to turn things around. Huh? What does she mean by that? Kat, just as confused as I am. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm here to try to spread smiles as best I can by sharing the things I love. We never know what anybody behind the screen might be going through. But I wish for this to continue being a place that everybody can come to for comfort through whether tough times you might be going through. That's just like Mana to say. She continues to be a pillar of support for so many people. That strength is what makes so many people look up to her. But still, wondering what she meant when she said that she doesn't have the power to save herself. Alright, next up is... Mana continued to read through the super chats for about an hour until she was finished with the last one. I think that's the last one. I think I'm gonna call it for tonight now. This was a fun stream, but I gotta get some things ready for some stuff tomorrow. Don't forget about my anniversary coming up. Ayasumana. Bye bye. You can only save yourself, huh? I don't know if that's entirely true to my experience. I'm not a strong person. I wasn't able to save myself. I had to turn to VTubers for comfort. There's no way that Mana could feel as powerless as I do. I mean, look at how much influence she has and how many people love her. How can she be someone who isn't strong enough to save herself? In the back of my mind, I knew what that was suddenly was wishing for. I knew what it was that I was suddenly wishing for. Stop. There's no way I could ever be someone who could save someone like Mana. That's just coincident and self-righteous. There are the kinds of thoughts that I wish I wouldn't have. Why am I such a hypocrite? Wanting to be someone that can save others when I have nothing to offer. My thoughts are interrupted by a notification sound on my phone. Oh yeah, forgot that Kaguya-zaka would message me. Don't miss me too much, did you? No. Harsh. Is tomorrow at 2 p.m. fine with you? Yeah, that's okay. There's a classroom, room 402 in the economics building in the west wing of campus at Nusamu that nobody ever checks. I usually hang out there by myself when I want a place to sit down and think. The door should still be open for summer courses, but most people should be gone for break. That's okay with you? Yeah. Alright, don't forget the manga volumes. Okay? You alright? I realize I've been letting my mood show over text. Such a stupid mistake. Now I got Kaguya-zaka worrying about someone like me. Oh, sorry. Nothing happened. I guess that shows how little I text. How dumb of me. There's no response back. I sat on my chair staring at my phone for a good minute. Suddenly, my phone starts ringing. It's Kaguya-zaka. Eh? I paused for a second to process what was happening. After realizing what was happening, I quickly answered the call so as not to make her wait. Kaguya-zaka? Hey. What's up? Is there a reason you called? Oh, I just wanted to confirm something. For tomorrow, I figured it would be easier to call. Sure, what is it? Well... First, I wanted to ask, how was Mana's stream? Huh? found disappointing? Disappointing like what? I don't know. Anything, I guess? Not really. It's hard to imagine that I would end up being disappointed with her stream. I see. So it wasn't my fault. Huh? What do you mean? Nothing. So what's been going on with you? Besides the shame. I immediately recall my thoughts that I was having before being messaged by Kaguya-zaka. There's no way I'm going to be burdening Kaguya-zaka with something as insignificant as that. My problems are not worth her concern or time. Nothing much. I was just feeling tired. Say, have you thought about how contradictory it is for people who are closer to relying on each other more? That doesn't really sound contradictory to me. People are always going to rely on each other more if they're closer, no? I don't I don't mean it like that. I'm talking about how people who are closer tend to rely on each other more by relying on them. They're also placing some of their burden onto them, which is the last thing someone would want to do to others they care about, no? Oh, that's what you meant? Yeah, that's true. By getting closer, you feel more inclined to do something that you wouldn't want to do to someone you care about. It almost seems like self-damaging. Yeah, the only person I can remember burdening like that is my older sister. I care about her a lot and she's always checking up on me, but I ended up not being able to hide my emotional state too well in the past, and it ended up causing her not to worry about me. Now she blames herself for not being able to help me, and I hate myself for that. Why am I telling her this? We just had a conversation about burdening others, and now I'm telling her about my problems. Technically, she was the one who asked, but I didn't want to give out any details. But it's weird. I feel oddly at peace sharing this information with Kaguya-zaka. Your sister sounds like a kind person. She really is, which is honestly all the more reason that I shouldn't be wasting her time and energy with my insignificant issues. Come on, I told you this before. Your struggles still matter to you, don't they? Yeah, I remember. But I don't think whether they're significant or not. I still don't want to burden her anyway. I feel the same way. I made the mistake of sharing my burdens with someone I cared deeply about in the past. Things changed for me and I ended up just causing them pain. My very existence became a sort of resentment. But the sad part is they did nothing wrong and I don't blame them. It was just a natural feeling that came about. What hurt me the most is that they still treated me with kindness and wanted to keep associating with me afterwards. I couldn't bear to continue causing them pain. Kaguya-zaka seemed like she wanted to continue but stopped herself. As it is, she told me more about herself than she's ever done in our previous conversations. Sorry I said too much. I didn't mean to bother you with that. That's all. But doesn't that mean you care about me since you don't want to burden me with that? Hey, good one. I can't help but break a smile despite the tone of the conversation. Say, you wouldn't consider us close, would you? Uh, well, it's only been 2 days since we met, and we hadn't really talked much. I think so, too. So, I guess what I want to say is, if there's anything you want to talk about, and you don't want to burden someone you're close with, I don't mind listening if that makes you feel better. I can't guarantee that I'll have any answers, though. You know, I think that might be the most unique way I've ever seen someone be thoughtful. Hey, well, sorry for being weird. No, no, I'm actually really thankful. And I find that kind of refreshing. Most people I know would have just told me to not hesitate on relying on them, and I wouldn't be able to tell if they were just trying to be nice or not. Well, maybe I'm just trying to be nice when I'm not. really seem that way to me. But thanks. Same goes for you though. I'm open to listening to anything. Okay. Get ready for my life story in three, two, one. Wait, I think that's going a bit too fast. I hear Kaguyazaka give an audible laugh despite her pulling the phone away from her face. Maybe you'll get my life story at a higher bond level. I don't think I want to know what bond level you're going to acquire of me to get that. Don't worry. There's always a pay to win option. Yeah, something gotcha is evil. Something Yui-chan wasn't going to wait for her next banner. Looks like you already know my life story. That's how you're defining your life? I heard another series of muffled laughs coming from the other end of line. No, but really, thanks. It's kind of weird. I usually wouldn't want to share anything about my past or want to burden anybody. But there was a bit of comfort in sharing that part about my past I mentioned earlier, even if it was really vague. I feel the same way. Maybe it's because we both know each other that we don't want to burden others. You're saying it's about that mutual understanding? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But thanks. I'm feeling a lot better now. Oh, so you really were bothered by something? No. I'm just feeling a little less tired, that's all. I sure wish I could say the same about my own fatigue. Hey, you're welcome. I really didn't do anything, though. I don't even know what you're going through, and even if I did, I don't think I would have the strength to help you. That might say what Mana said. That she doesn't have the strength to save anyone, even herself. Was that actually Mana saying that? What do you mean? Nothing. That was definitely something. It's getting kind of late, so let's talk some more tomorrow. I'll make sure to bring your postcard. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Sure, thanks. Oh yeah, you called because you wanted to confirm something for tomorrow. What is it? Hold on. Are you fine with the agreed upon meeting of contact and Are you fine with the agreed upon meeting time and place? Yeah? Cool. See you tomorrow then. Wait, that's it? Yeah, something wrong? I mean, it's not that there's anything wrong. You know what? Never mind. I think I get it. I shouldn't really waste her consideration. Oh yeah, I also wanted to apologize to her. Oh, one more thing before you go. I want to apologize in case if I said anything out of line before you left earlier. Oh, don't worry. You didn't say anything out of line. There's not anything wrong with you. It's just me. Night. Before I can say anything, I hear the sound of the call hanging up. I get up from my chair and drag myself to bed. I stare at the ceiling of my room, blankly taking in the monochromatic view. The first glance of Kaguyazaka's personal experience weighed on my mind. So Kaguyazaka ended up becoming a source of resentment from people she cared about, and those people still wish to associate with her despite that resentment? It doesn't sound right. Why would you want to keep associating with someone that you resent? And I wonder what happened afterwards. If Kaguyazaka thought she was causing them pain by existing, then what would she do? I don't really want to think about that. If she felt like her actions caused pain to the people that she cared about, then I can't imagine that feeling too great for her either. I wonder if she hates herself because of it. Every glimpse I get into Kaguyazaka's thoughts, the more confused I get. Let's let's just go to sleep for tomorrow. A gentle breeze traces my face as I make my way through the familiar path to my college campus. I lift my shoulders to readjust my bag, carrying the weight of manga volumes. Carrying a bag with books to a classroom on campus, it's almost like I'm back a couple months to when classes are active. I'm not used to seeing the campus as peaceful. Usually I see people swarming this area to get to the next class or get back home. I can appreciate this calm, quiet abundance, ambience. I pause at the sight of a vending machine off to the side of a walkway. I guess I could get a coffee for a Kaguya-zaka. Maybe that will bring some life to her eyes. I arrive at the door to the room that Kaguya specified. I don't hear anything inside. Not that I expected to hear anything. Kakizaka is staring out the window, thinking to herself. I slide open the door and scan the contents of the room. In the center of the room is the familiar face of Kaguyazaka. She's sitting at a desk and has her head resting on her arms. Her eyes are closed and her body slowly moves at the rhythm of her breath. She's sleeping? Guess I am a bit early. But I wouldn't expect her to just fall asleep in the classroom before she's about to meet someone. She also seems like she also doesn't seem like the type of person to want anybody to catch her sleeping. I close the door behind me and make my way over to Kaguyazaka, debating on whether I should wake her up. The outline of her face makes itself clear as I walk alongside of the classroom. There's a calm innocence that's a stark contrast from her usual deadpan, cynical but playful demeanor. There was also a faint sadness to it, an almost wistful longing. As I walk across the classroom to the desk, reflections of light start to reveal themselves near Kaguya-zaka's eyes. I notice that tear streaks that create a trail from each of her eyes. Is she crying? I freeze in place, unable to fully process the scene. Feelings of sorrow and uncertainty wash over me as I collect my thoughts. I am unable to take any action other than to watch the faint glimmer of light from the teardrops at the corner of her eyes. Seeing her like this, she looks so vulnerable and fragile, like she could collapse at any moment. Maybe that's why I'm afraid to reach for her, because she could give way at the slightest touch. Is she dreaming about something? Or did something happen recently? What can I do for her? I really am pathetic. Kaguyazaka is in front of me potentially, going through some hard circumstances, and here I am having some selfish thoughts. I feel like I should do something for her. My motivation wasn't because of her. It was my own self satisfaction of feeling like I had been worth by someone useful. It's so disgusting. Those conceited, self indulgent thoughts. As if in response to my thoughts, Kaguyazaka's arms slowly start shifting to indicate that she's woken up. Her eyes clench for a brief moment and then slowly open. She slowly rises as she brings the back of her hand to her eyes, immediately noticing moisture of the tears as she makes contact. Her calm sadness quickly transforms into panic as she turns her head and notices and immediately notices my presence. It's hard to tell exactly what is behind her expression. Is this desperation? Or maybe even fear? Kaguyazaka quickly turns her head and wipes her face on her sleeves. She turns her head back to me. If you apologize right now, then it's not too late for forgiveness. Her remark takes me off guard because of her sudden shift in demeanor. Sorry. Normally I would have taken a jab at back. I would have taken a jab back, but I'm still sensitive to the scene I have just witnessed. Are you worried about me? Don't be. That was nothing. I was just having an emotional dream. I dreamed that I lost the gotcha for my favorite character, and it was her last batter. It was terrible. I can't bring a smile at her joke. Maybe it's better if I did. Maybe it's better if I just pretend that she was telling the truth, and it was really all nothing significant. But I can't bring myself to do that. Hey, I tried to find the right words to say, but what can I even say? Nothing I can say will be short of conceited and self righteousness. After all, am I even doing this for her? Please don't worry about me. I really am fine. So please, don't give me that face. What about your own expression? All I'm doing is making her feel worse. I really don't know what to do. But I don't want to see her plead like this. Sorry. I look away to hide my expression, not knowing if that's even preferable to look at her. Trying to think of a way to clear the awkwardness. I remember that I bought a coffee for Kaguya-zaka on the way. I opened my bag and handed her the can of coffee. Here, I bought this since I figured you would be tired. I'm always tired. But maybe tired is just comparative. If that's what you're supposed to be, am I really tired? Yes, by all reasonable interpretations, I was still considered to be tired. Kaguya-zaka just gives a slight smile as she grabs the can and pulls the tab to crack open the lid. She silently starts sipping, looking off to the side of the classroom. Oh yeah, here's the postcard you wanted. Kaguya-zaka has been the side postcard I've been essentially searching for online for the past few months. The penmanship is a little messy. It indicated that this postcard was hand signed. Still in mint condition, with the plastic wrap remaining undisturbed. Wait, the condition is flawless. How do you even have this? I told you, I'm a big fan. Is every big fan of Mana so critical of her? Maybe I should do that as well. Well, maybe she preferred it that way. I have a hard time believing that. I open my bag to carefully place the postcard in my bag in a position that it would possibly not get damaged. I pull out the manga volumes that I had stored in my bag and hand out the small stack to Kaguya-zaka. Yeah. Heroes of the Sky, most recent volumes. Oh yeah, thanks. It seems like we're mostly back to talking like normal, but there's still a lingering awkwardness in the air. It's probably best not to think about it. Kaguya-zaka starts flipping through the pages of the volume of the earliest volume given to her and tracks their eyes across the pages. I walk over to the window and look at the campus. Beautiful green canopy adorns the sides of the modern buildings. There's a calm beauty to the grounds when students aren't crowding every path. You can hear Kaguya-zaka occasionally giving a more interesting in between the sounds of the pages flip. Say, who's your favorite character? Hmm? I turn my head to Kaguya-zaka, still scanning through the pages of the volumes in her hands. Well, if I had to say, it would be the antagonist, Argent. I really respect how he's able to stand true to his convictions through all of his hardships. He has the power to make them a reality and isn't afraid to take the necessary steps forward. He doesn't really rely on anybody else and pushes forward with his own self strength. You know he's going to lose in the end, right? Such as the cruelty of fate. He tries his best not to hurt the innocent, but his methods are misguided. That's usually the type of character that loses, but has some sort of redemption and turns out to be an ally against some sort of greater evil. Did you just spoil the ending for me? The story isn't even over yet. It I'm just talking about theoreticals. Kagezaka let go of the book to let out a big laugh. What about you? Who's your favorite? Princess Claudia. She was forced to suddenly bear the weight of her entire kingdom at a young age. She was able to take on such a responsibility and not collapse under the weight of expectations of hundreds of thousands of people. Although she said she wasn't ready for it, she managed to persevere and steer the kingdom in the right direction. How strong do you have to be able to do that? You have a point. She was even younger than us when she was tasked with leading her kingdom. I think the amazing part was she was able to do so without being sure of herself. She doubted every decision that she made, but managed to stay strong. If it was someone else who was 100% sure of their decisions, then I don't think they would experience as much turmoil. Well, you never know. I'm sure confident people would have their own issues they would face. Not that I would know. You seem pretty confident about VTubers. I don't face any such uncertainty there. They're a fact of life. There are plenty of uncertainty. VTubers as a concept is fairly new, and we don't know. We have no idea what the future holds. And the trajectory of becoming a content creator is never predictable. So you never know who might be part of the next big drama or controversy. See it all the time. Someone has art copyright complications. Someone accidentally reveals a chat log or gets a message that it indicates something controversial. Another shows one part of their real life self and everybody goes crazy. I guess in that sense, that's true. VTubers seem to face a lot of the same problems that other public figures do, but some of their own unique problems. In a way, the anonymity that protects them can also work against them. I assume you mean how people want to know about their personal lives because it's almost like forbidden knowledge. Yeah, VTubers try to their best to hide their personal life, but that just makes people want to fight out more. Honestly, I can't say I haven't had those feelings come to me naturally before. I know it's wrong to try and pursue that knowledge, but it's just such a natural feeling. You want to watch a VTuber who has all these great qualities. You just want to know what they actually are. Who they actually are, eh? You like to ask that a lot, do you? Well, yeah, I can, I can, I guess that's what sort of we talked about when we first met. Whether that's the VTuber's real self or not. Regardless of real or not, I don't think we would necessarily be any better off by knowing what a VTuber is like outside of streaming. All it would likely end up doing is stating our curiosity, and it would be at the expense of the VTuber's privacy and feelings. I mean, that's not the side they want to show to the public. And even if they act pretty much the same in person, I don't think anybody will want their personal information leaked. They would have to live in constant fear and anxiety that they might become the source of unwanted attention. I would imagine VTubers already have some sort of anxiety about just from having their voice identified in public. Yeah, I would imagine a lot of VTubers talking on street like they normally would. But you'd be surprised at how many are good at changing their voice and the way they speak. That's true. A lot have voice acting skills. Mana's voice acting especially is nice. Oh, you think so? You don't? I think it's okay. Marsha Saber. Of course, if compared to a professional, it won't be as good. But for a typical person, it's amazing. It just shows how much hard work she's put into it. I find it very weird that you call yourself a big fan, but you're also so critical of her. Do you secretly hate her or something? Of course not. She's probably an opportunity to connect to others in a way that brings me so much joy, despite how terrible this world can be. The identity of Mana is who I wish to be. Someone who's always beautiful, happy, and kind that can overcome any hardship while also bringing joy to others. I didn't think she'd say something positive about Mana. Someone who's beautiful, happy, and kind, huh? Pretty sure she's referring to inner beauty. Guess I don't know her too well to say, but I don't think she's necessarily ugly inside. Not that she's lacking in physical beauty either, minus her eyes. I guess Kaguyazaka isn't exactly a happy person, but it's hard not to tell because she doesn't seem to joke around a lot. Because most of the time she seems to joke around a lot, and if she is sad, then she doesn't say it. And kind? I mean, she messes with me and has some strong opinions, but I can tell she has a good heart. I don't think you're exactly lacking in those values. Oh, do you think I'm beautiful? Alright, I regret saying anything. Obviously, you weren't talking about just physical beauty. Sorry. Thank you, really, for saying so. But I can't look at myself that way. That's all I have to say. Kakuyasaka lifts back up the manga and starts reading where she left off. If I try to push the conversation any further, then it might seem like she's trying to gain pity from me. But what she said about Mana is really surprising to hear. I honestly feel a similar way. She embodies so many values that I wish I had. The person behind her must be an amazing person. Kaguyazaka doesn't say anything. She continues to keep her eyes focused on her manga, not slowing her pace. My eyes wander around the room until Kaguyazaka speaks up again. By the way, I don't think I've ever asked. Why Mana in particular? You're asking why she's my favorite? Well, aside from all the points I made previously, I was in a pretty poor headspace for some time not too long ago. I found Mana's stream and it helped me get out of a rough place. It was a place where I felt like I belonged. I also take inspiration in the values that she embodies. Oh, Kaguyazaka doesn't say anymore. She probably doesn't want to pry away any further. It's okay. I think I'm in a better place now. So you don't have to worry. I'm glad to hear that. Kaguyazaka's smile was unlike the usual sad smile she gives. This one has a genuine, tender happiness behind it. Thanks. Kaguyazaka returns to the manga, and I turn back around to gaze outside where I think to myself. After some time, Kaguyazaka closes the book in her hands and places it on top of the desk in front of her. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to finish these in one setting. You can take them home if you like. Nah, that's okay. I can borrow them again at later time. I don't think I'll have the time to read them in the near future anyway. I see. Kagezaka hands me back the manga, and I carefully place them in my bag so I not to damage the postcard. Oh yeah, I still feel like I owe you something for the postcard. Come on, don't sweat it. If anything, you're doing me a favor by taking it from me. I don't see how that makes any sense. Fine, let me think of something. Just so that you can have some peace of mind. Let's see. Should I have you dance like a monkey in front of me? Should I have you run around campus? Should I ask for the secret to be happy? Hey, I think I just heard something concerning at the end of that joke. One of those is definitely something I can't fulfill. So you're saying you'll do the first two. Wait, you might. You long lost your dignity. Can't lose something I never had. Oh, I think I have something. Come with me into the city tomorrow. I need your help with buying something. What do you need me to buy? Graphics cards. I want two of them, but they would, but they only let me, but they only let each person buy one. Wait, isn't that what Mana experienced? I mean, I guess there was a lot of people who want to buy graphics cards, but how many would want to buy two? I guess it's a wild coincidence. But isn't going to the city with her kind of like a date? Maybe that's weird to think considering I've already been meeting her one on one in person for the past few days. Sure, but why do you need two? Because I have two PCs. Okay, why do you have two PCs? I don't ask why you have two ears. Yeah, I figured you would give a response like that. I think I'm gonna call it here for now. I'll message you the details later tonight. Alright, sounds good. I think I'll stay here for a bit longer actually. You can head out first. Oh, sure. As I arrive in the front of the door to exit the classroom, I look back at Kaguya-zaka to see her staring out the window, deep in thought. It doesn't seem like that she's looking at the view of the campus, but rather looking at something farther than what I can see. It's almost like she's in her own world. I slide open the door and step outside the classroom, wondering if I would even matter if I stayed in the classroom with her. I turn to the door and place my head on the handle to slide it closed. I managed to catch a glimpse of Kaguya-zaka before the door shuts. Her expression has shifted from her usual calm, pensive state. What I saw was an expression that was unmistakably that of a somber, wistful longing. Komara! It's a shining star in the night sky, Mana Orion. Rejoice, Mana fans, for I am here. As you can see from the stream title, it'll be a just chatting stream today. I just feel like talking about whatever comes to mind. It's just one of those days, you know. Chatting streams aren't particularly weird, but Mana sure does them less than others. I wonder what she's going to talk about. How long do I plan on streaming tonight? I don't know. You want me gone? Is that why you're asking? Maybe I should end the stream right now because you asked that. Mods, ban that guy. It'll probably be a short stream though. I have some stuff I have to get ready for tomorrow. Also, a reminder that there won't be any stream tomorrow if you haven't checked out my schedule. If you haven't seen my schedule, then that probably means you aren't following me on social media. Why aren't you following me on social media? Why aren't you following me on social media? Why aren't you following me on my social media? You better follow me right now if you aren't. Anyway, there'll be one karaoke stream in 2 days, and then I'll be taking a break until the anniversary stream. What did we do to be blessed with a karaoke stream? I'm so excited. What am I planning for the anniversary? Let's say that's a secret. It's more fun if it's a surprise. She could be planning something special, but most people shouldn't expect her to do standard anniversary stuff. Watch my debut stream? Maybe. Though I think I would probably, though I think it would probably be from Cringe. I was such an innocent soul when I debuted. So many things have happened since then. been almost a year, huh? I really do want to thank everybody for the support up until now and into the future as well. It really does mean the world to me. I guess she got a bit melancholic thinking back on her year thus far. Yeah, maybe I should be saving this talk for my anniversary stream. Alright, no more cheesiness. You guys are gonna start crying at this rate. See? You guys are already spamming mama cries in the chat. Come on! We should all be smiling! Alright, I'm gonna go stretch and hydrate. Hold on. Alright, I'm hydrated, buddy. See? Smile! Happy. Yeah, you're very convincing with that deadpan happy impression. I know this world can be a harsh place. I hope this can be a place where you can find some light if your world is filled with darkness. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the kind words, Mana. I have been stuck in a rut recently. Do you have any advice on how I can be as positive and strong as you? I don't know. Have you tried just being happy? Thanks, I'm cured. Why did I think of that? Glad I could help you guys. Here, you have it. The secret to happiness revealed on Mana's stream. I don't want to create any depressing vibes, so here's the only thing I'll say. I don't really have an answer to that question, but I really do hope everyone here finds their vision of true happiness. And it's not the kind where you're just avoiding sadness. A true happiness where you can give genuine smiles instead of fighting it in yourself to smile despite whatever bad times you're going through. I have faith that a happiness like that exists somewhere out there. Finding ways to run away from sadness, huh? Doesn't that mean that she hasn't found that happiness herself? Ah! You guys are all making me cheesy! Let's talk about other things. Like my date with Hawaka-chan yesterday. Mana Shave went on for another hour with discussions about the appreciation of glasses on characters, plenty of teasing, and super chat readings throughout. I think that should be it for today. Thanks everyone for all the subs, donations, likes, and coming to hang out in general. My next stream will be in 2 days. We'll be taking a break afterwards. My anniversary stream is in exactly a week from now. Only a week to try and find my answer, huh? Answer to what? Thanks again, everybody, for both being here with me today and for all the support you've given me thus far. You've let this selfish wish of mine grow into something greater than I could ever imagine. It almost feels like a dream for me, one that I wish could never end. Alright, that's enough of that. Bye bye! Oyasumara! Mana's been off lately. Sometimes she just becomes wistful all of a sudden and says something obscure. I don't think I can really know for sure what she's referring to. I guess there really isn't any point in worrying about it though. I'm sure even Mana has her own problems she's dealing with in her personal life. I'm interrupted by the vibration of my phone against my desk. I turn my phone to see where this notification is coming from. Oh, it's a message from Kaguya-saka. Are you okay with meeting at the station at noon? I think that's the earliest I can get out of bed. And that's fine with me. You sure do wake up pretty late though. Is that late? I don't think it's that late. And I usually wake up earlier than that. That's just the time I get up from bed. I can I can get that. I can kind of get that. I usually browse the internet on my phone for a bit after waking up. I see. My situation's a bit different. But anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay then, see you tomorrow. It still feels weird to be going into the city with Kaguya-saka tomorrow, but just a couple of days ago, I was hardly interacting with anyone else aside from VTubers. Honestly, I can't say it's been that bad these past few days. Kaguya-saka is definitely weird, but she asks some interesting questions, and I don't feel like I have to put up a front with her. Well, it's far from ideal. I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like Kaguya-saka is out of reach. Like, there's too much I don't know about her. And I feel like when it comes to concern, we have to dance around each other so as not to feel like the other is being burdened. I don't really know what my solution to that is. It is so excited to think that I want to be able to show my concern and help Kaguya-saka, but I don't want to burden her with my struggles. Is the answer to just not show each other any concern? It doesn't sit well with me at all. Let's just go to sleep. Alright, I'm gonna go stretch and hydrate. Hold on, hold on. I arrived at the station about 30 minutes prior to the agreed upon time. Also, I did some stretching and I'm hydrated, bunny. Yeah, after this story, I'm gonna go over the schedule for this week. Hey Raccoon, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Yeah, right now over here it's almost 1 a.m. over here. But yeah. Hi Raccoon, how are you? I hope you're doing great. Oh, let me give you a shout out real quick. Hold on. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Hold on. Yeah, we were gonna be doing a Gunpla stream today, but I did a Gunpla stream yesterday when I was building Gunpla codes. So I might do a Gunpla, probably another Gunpla stream tomorrow or next week. If not tomorrow, then maybe I could finish up Wuthering Waves. There's a line of bustle of people around the station, presumably making their way through their lunchtime arrangements. I'll look around for any sign of a girl who looked like she could fall over from weariness at any time. Nope. She said Kaguya-saka is still in bed, or she might be on her way. I'll probably just wait a bit and call her once it's almost time. As soon as I turn around to find a bench to sit at, I'm met with Kaguya-saka giving me a playful smile. Oh, what's this? You're here early. Guess you're excited to see me. Are you just gonna ignore the fact that you're here at the same time? In fact, if you were standing behind me looking at me, yeah, right now over here it's 12:30 a.m., so it's midnight. That's not because of you. It's because of my precious graphics cards. In fact, if you were standing behind me looking at me, you probably got here before you did. Oh? Wait, I'm less important than those graphics cards? Next thing you'll ask is if I'm a girl or I cry myself to sleep every night. Come on, don't be asking the obvious. I think I just heard something concerning within those layers of irony. Nothing concerning here. I assure you that I will go. Now come on, let's take a seat already. We still have some time before the train arrives. Kaguya-saka walks over to a nearby bench and takes a seat. I follow suit, but I'm unsure whether it's appropriate for me to take a seat too close to her. I flawlessly calculate the distance to create between Kaguya-saka and myself, so as not to create an awkward situation and then take a seat. Hmm? Why'd you sit so far away? Boy, I must be bad at math. But this could also be one of her plays. I already know your tricks. You're going to say something as soon as I try to get closer to you. Am I that predictable? Yes, I might as well be reading your mind at this point. What am I thinking about then? You're thinking about how I'm going to respond to your question about what you're thinking about. No way! You could actually read my mind. Wait, hold on. I know we could check the channels that are streaming, right? Wait, hold on, hold on. Okay. Oh, yes, you can. Oh! Okay. Okay. We'll do a poll. We'll do a poll. Okay. We'll do a poll after. We both give a good laugh at ourselves. So you didn't say that noon was the earliest you can make it out of bed? Well, I found a little bit of extra motivation to drag myself out of bed this morning. Oh, and what's that motivation? If I stayed in bed any longer, I would have kept thinking about certain things that I'd rather not think about. I'm curious to ask what things she was thinking about, but I probably shouldn't pry. I get that. Sometimes your bed can be your best friend if you want to lay down and think about things, but sometimes I'll keep thinking about things I don't want to. Either way, you seem to be about as tired as you usually look. That's the thing. No matter how much time I spend in bed, I can never shake off my tiredness. Even on the rare occasions that I get enough sleep, I just end up feeling more tired the next day. Is it the work that you do that keeps you up? Sort of. Directly. That's part of it. Indirectly, it also plays a big part. I'll just leave it at that. Tired is my default state at this point, regardless of what I try. Might as well live with it. Well, hopefully today could be some sort of a break for you. Yeah, I hope so too. Oh, we probably should get going now. The train's arriving soon. Okay, let's go. We head into the station and make our way past the ticket gates. After scanning our passes, we arrive at the departure zone and board the train to the city. There aren't too many people in our section of the train. I look around to see a couple of people seated looking at their phones. It's been a while since I went into the city. I was the last time I think the last time was a couple months ago with my sister. You seem to be pretty close with your sister. I say so. She's been looking out for me for as long as I can remember. Even though I can't really do much for her in return. I'm sure she's not looking for anything in return when she shows her kindness. No, you're definitely right about that. I just wish I could be able to do the same. I sort of get that. Even though I don't have any siblings. Oh, do you like it that way? Or do you wish you could have siblings? The media descriptions of sibling relationships, well, maybe not the weird ones depicted in most anime, but some of them might depict it as, well, it's kind of hard to describe. Being able to be in a relationship where it seems so natural to support and understand each other is something I'm jealous of. There's a unique dynamic to it that I can't see it depicted anywhere else. It really is natural and special, but I wouldn't necessarily say that my sister and I fully understand each other. Of course, we grew together, so there are just some things that we just have to pick up on. But there are a lot of things we disagree on and don't really understand about each other. Like, she doesn't really touch anything anime related, and I don't really understand her desire to interact so much in person. But I think we're okay with that. We still love each other anyway. I see. I'm glad you have such a fulfilling relationship. Makes me want to steal your sister for myself. You can try. But knowing her, I'm pretty sure she would smother you with her affection as well. Oh, sounds nice. I'd like to meet her someday. Well, since she is coming over in a few days, I believe. Maybe there'll be an opportunity then. Sure. Kaguyazaka and I continued to chat while taking glimpses of the at the passing drop of the coast. The train eventually made a stop at the city. We head off the train and walk out the station. Tall buildings and bustling streets surround us. So what's the plot for today? What plan? You know what we're gonna be doing besides getting your graphics cards. I didn't really think too much about that. Don't look at me like that. Fine. How about this? We'll grab what I need, then we can get something to eat because I'm hungry. Then we'll figure it out from there. Well, that sounds better than no plan at all. Either way. See, I told you we should have gotten separately. Come on. What are the chances that the employee will recognize me? Well, how many other people have such tired eyes? That's a good point. The same thing happened with Mana, no? Seems hard to believe that they would have just gone to an electronics store at a similar time and got rejected for the same reason. I mean, no point in thinking about it. There's no way that this isn't a coincidence. We had each other. We had to. We each head to the counter to order our food. After chatting a bit, we receive our orders and head to a table in the corner of the restaurant. I watch as Kaguya-zaka haphazardly tosses multiple fries into her mouth. She chews without any consideration for keeping up in appearance. I laugh to myself at the confirmation that she eats exactly what as I would expect her to. You laughing at me? Looking for a fight? I just found it amusing how different you are from the friends I had in high school. Friends? This might come as a shock to you, but I had actual real-life people as my friends in high school. Kaguya-zaka pretends to be shocked, and she widens her eyes and opens her mouth before quickly realizing she still has food in her mouth. She quickly turns her head, embarrassed, and finishes swallowing. I start laughing at the sudden series of events. That's a side of you I haven't seen before, the clumsy side. Shut up. That's my yearly singular mistake I make. Thank you, come again next year. Sure. But as I was saying, yeah, I used to have a few friends in high school. Not like I was super popular or anything, but I had some people I hung around with often. But they weren't relationships that I was exactly comfortable with. Kaguya-saka just looks at me quietly as she chews her food. I'm assuming that she wants me to keep going. I feel like everybody was trying to keep up appearances and trying to appeal to each other for clout reasons. I would always try to get validation for my own worth by being around people that I saw were popular. Eventually, I just got tired of everything. I just want to enjoy the things that I'm passionate about while feeling without fear of being judged and being able to talk to people I actually felt comfortable being around. That's my mindset after graduating and going to university. I decided not to go any further. It's already obvious about me spelling it out. I wasn't able to find any of those relationships with real people in my first year of university. Kaguya-zaka quickly looks at me while she sips her drink. Speaking of which, I haven't really eaten much of my food. I started unwrapping my food as Kaguya-zaka lowers her drink. I sort of get that. That kind of relationship can be exhausting and can make you generally unhappy. I don't typically seek out relationships. I prefer having a few meaningful relationships that I can take comfort in. Even though I haven't been the best to them, I still cherish the friends I made. Honestly, I still cherish them as well. Kind of. A few of them I do. Not all of them was bad. I think just interacting with people allowed me to form a connection with them, regardless of what ulterior motives they were. I won't say that there wasn't at least a bit of sincerity in those relationships. Well, that's good. Do you still keep in touch with them? Not really. At first, we said we would keep in touch without, even without university, but we just ended up drifting apart as expected. Is there anything stopping you from contacting them again? Well, there's the low hanging fruit of I don't really want to bother them, and I'm sure they're going through their own life. There's also the inevitability that we'll continue to drift apart just because we need a reason to interact now. One of us has to make the additional step of reaching out. In high school, I would just naturally interact with people because school would bring us to the same location to work towards a similar goal. Now, if we want to interact, we have to go out of our way to almost to initiate that conversation. But the biggest reason is something else. Say, have you felt like nobody understands you? I have. It's hard to completely explain though. I agree. It's a mix of a lot of things. People might not go through the same struggles as I do. Some of them might have different interests. Some of them might think completely differently, even if they did have similar interests. Some might not understand anything I'm saying. Some might consistently misinterpret me. Some might be able to, some of them might not be able to relate to any of my problems. I've always, throughout my life, felt that nobody understands me. Kaguya just looks at me while she sips her drink. She puts her drink down, not diverting her eyes as she does so. I won't be conceited and say I understand you as a person that well, but I can at least understand what you just said. I honestly felt the same way at times. Isn't that funny? Understanding the feeling of not being understood. I started laughing, almost choking on my drink. That is funny. Honestly, when I talk to you, it doesn't feel completely detached. Not said, not said if I could say that it's. Not sure if I could say that I'm understood, but it feels different. Oh, how flattering! I must be so amazing. Don't get ahead of yourself. Isn't that conceited to want to be understood, even though I don't feel like I really understood many people? Conceited, for sure, but I think it's natural for us to feel that way. We all want to think we're important and that views and that our views matter. Yeah. I finished the last of my burger and collect my trash onto the tray. So what's next? What about the aquarium? I haven't been there since I was a kid. That's sort of out of nowhere, but neither have I. Well, it doesn't seem like we have any better ideas. Let's go. Kaguya and I make our way through the aquarium's walkway, taking in the scenery of lush sea life and aquamarine water. We remain quiet, appreciating the quiet beauty of those lives that are detached from ours. We watch as a fish wearily swims by, staying close to the ground. That fish looked a bit tired, kind reminded me of you. Oh yeah, that over there reminds me of you. I glanced over at the direction of where Kaguya-Saka is pointing, wanting to be met with the sight of a rock. That's just a rock. Yeah. I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Don't tell me otherwise. Kaguya-Saka smiles as she slows her pace to take a closer look at the scene around her. This is nice. There's a beauty here that I didn't appreciate when I came here as a kid. There's an entire different world beyond this glass. Every fish here is living their own lives, doing their best. Even if it might just seem like eating and swimming around is not a care in the world. Sounds kind of nice, actually. Kaguya-Zaka stops, continuing to observe the fish swimming around us. An entire different world beyond the glass. That means we can only see the reality that they want to show us. We might never be able to understand their happiness or struggles. Struggles beyond the carefree life that they're trying to present to us. They might not even want to be seen as carefree and happy. Maybe that's not just the identity we're pushing onto them. Kaguya-Zaka just gives a sad smile as she watches the fish swim by. How can we come to understand if that's true and they're so far out of reach? Who knows? Maybe it's better if we didn't try to understand them. They might they might not want their vulnerabilities to be shown to others. Maybe all the others who might look up to them might be horrified that the ones they've been following is just as weak as lost as they are. Surely though they're not happy like that, they would want at least one person to understand them, right? What if they don't have anybody to turn for that? I just stood there as Kaguya-Zaka gives me a sad smile. I don't have an answer to her. It's not as simple as to just say go to someone you trust. Some people might not have that someone in their lives. And even if they did, there's no guarantee that that person will ever come to understand their problems. Kaguya-Zaka turns and continues down the walkway. I follow behind her, once again observing the lives swimming around me that are far out of reach. The sun is starting to go down by the time we exit the aquarium. The orange sky makes for a beautiful backdrop to the still energetic city. Kaguya, Kage, Kaguya-Zaka is silent as we walk. She seems to be thinking to herself again. We should probably head back to the station now. It's starting to get late. Kaguya-Zaka perks up and turns her head slowly towards me. Oh, sure. Kaguya-Zaka is seated next to me looking out the window. As always, she has this look to her that she always has when she's thinking about something. What are you thinking about? What happened to being able to read my mind? Oh yeah, you were thinking about life. Being pretty vague, aren't we? Okay, I give up. What if I said I was thinking about you? Well, that depends. Are you thinking positive or negative thoughts about me? Positive and negative are relative. Okay, that answers my question. Please don't tell me what you're thinking about. Kageyazaka gives a laugh before quickly returning a sad smile. Let's say all that plus a lot more. Well, I can't say I'm not somewhat flattered that Kageyazaka is thinking at least somewhat about me. Even though it might seem apparent from the fact that we basically spent the whole day together. But it's also Kageyazaka, so I have no idea what she could be thinking regarding me. I don't even know why she's spending so much time with me. From what I can tell, she's pretty busy with whatever she does in her personal life. And I don't think I really offer anything to her. But she seems to be always the one pushing, to be the one pushing for us to meet. Hey, Kageyazaka. Hmm? How should I face this? Phrase this. I can't just ask why she talks to me. I was just wondering. It seems like you're pretty busy with stuff and have a lot on your mind. Is it okay to spend so much time with someone like me? What do you mean, someone like you? I don't know. It doesn't really seem that I can offer you that much. Well, that automatically makes you better than me. Not only do I offer nothing in return, but I also take from people. I'm basically a parasite. I don't get that impression from you. Maybe so, but what if I said I was just associating with you to get something out of you? I don't know. I don't know enough about you to fully confirm that, but I don't believe that. I don't like to believe that you're that kind of person. You don't know that much about me to know, but you're going to trust me anyway? Are you an idiot? Rama, thank you so much for the head pat and the hydrate. Hello, let me give you a shout out. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me give you a shout out. Hello, hello. Rama Zada, welcome, welcome. Thanks for the head pat and the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's getting really late over here. It's almost 1 a.m. over here on my end. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. I, I'm gonna go hydrate. Hold on, hold on. All right. Thank you for the hydrate, Ramazana. Welcome, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing great. Thank you so much. Yeah, please do feel free to go check them out. Thank you, thank you. You aren't even gonna deny it? First of all, I don't think you're someone who offers nothing. You should value yourself higher. That's for the reason I keep associating myself with you. Kagiyazaka is interrupted by the intercom, informing us that we are at our destination. Come with me. I want to show you something. Kagiyazaka and I make our way out of the station. I start following her to what sees at the direction of the coast. After a few minutes of walking, we arrive at a beach. Oh, I know about this place, but haven't been here too often. It's pretty peaceful at night, especially with most of the other students out of town for a break. This is somewhere I like to go to when I take a walk at night. Kageyazaka and I walk along the shore, leaving behind footsteps in the sand just short of the incoming water. The night is sprinkled with various stars. It kind of reminds me of Mana. As for the answer to your question, there's a lot of different reasons. I actually do think it's fun being with you. But in a lot of ways, I am using you for my own personal benefits. Interacting with you is an escape for me. For a brief moment in time, I can forget about some of the things that are eating away from me. There's also something that I want to get an answer on, and I don't think I can figure that out myself. Being with you, I think, will help me find that answer. Would it be something I could just answer if you asked what to try to figure out? Nope, it's not something you should know. I'm being unreasonable, am I? I don't think it's unreasonable to not share everything about yourself. So you okay with not knowing if I have any selfish reasons for talking to you? Have you ever thought that I could just be using you to further my own goals? That you'll just end up getting hurt? Kakuyazaka is making it out to be so terrible, but honestly, is it that bad? Is it even reasonable to expect people to try not to have any ulterior motivations for not wanting to wanting to interact with someone? Are Kaguya's reasons even that bad? Also, sorry, excuse me. If interacting with me could help her get her mind away, and help her find some answers to her problems, then isn't that a good thing? I can't say that I really thought about it that much. I don't know much about you, but I do want you to be able to find your answers. If interacting with you helps you with that, then I'm willing to take my chances. I'm not sure how reasonable it is to expect everybody who interacts with me to only do it because they want to be with me. The only thing I could say right now is I think I think it's fun talking to you, and I don't think what you're saying could be bad. You're willing to take those chances even though you don't know anything about me? Yeah, maybe. I'll end up accumulating enough bond levels to understand you. What the heck? Fine. I'll concede for now, but don't come crying to me later when you inevitably get hurt. I'll eagerly be waiting, and I hope that you'll end up finding your answer. Thanks. Don't really know if this is what I'm looking for. I'm not sure this current relationship is even right for me or Kaguzaka, but I do know that I do want to keep interacting with Kaguyazaka. Maybe it doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. Since you're the only one reaching out for excuses to hang out, let me be this one this time. Do you want to hang out tomorrow as well? I can already feel the embarrassment. She probably feels embarrassed as well. You didn't even attach an excuse. You just straight up asked if I wanted to spend some time with you. I admire your boldness, but unfortunately, I actually have to get some stuff ready tomorrow. Oh, well, that embarrassing moment ended up being for nothing. But I guess I could spare an hour or two tomorrow. Do you have any experience building computers? Yeah, I built my own. Good. Come over to my place tomorrow. If you help me put the other graphics card in, then it'll save me some work. Eh, your place? You mean where you live? What, you don't think I have a home or something? Yeah, I mean where you live. Eh? Are you fine with that? Don't make me take back what I said. Are you going to come or not? Eh, yeah, come. Cool. I'll see you tomorrow then. I'll message you my address and when you can come over. I'm going to head back right now. Alright, see you tomorrow. Takayazaka gives me a smile before returning the way we came, retracting the footsteps still imprinted in the sand. I give out a sigh as I look out the ocean. It's so much harder than just watching a VTuber and relaxing. There are too many things that I don't understand. I'm really struggling out here, Yokone. I hope you're happy. I'll give her a piece of my mind when she arrives. I can't say it's all that bad though. I guess for now I'll head back home. I'm not used to walking around this much all day. I arrive at Kaguya Saka's house late afternoon the next day. I push the button to the gate to inform Kaguya Saka that I'm outside. It also doesn't take long for me to hear the front door open. Kaguya Saka walks out, hand in her pockets, and opens the gate for me. Hey, you're here early. Weren't you looking forward to this? I'm only a few minutes early. Most people wouldn't call that being early. No need to make excuses, I understand. Let's head inside. It's quiet as I walk through Kaguyazaka's house. Are your parents not home? I live here alone. My parents live somewhere else. Yeah, so after this story, we're going to go over the schedule, and then that's gonna be pretty much it because it is 1 a.m. over here, so it's pretty late over here. Eh? That means we're here alone? Yes. Are you expecting something to happen? No, stop making it weird. That's what I should be saying. Anyway, let's head up to my room. There isn't too much of anything in terms of furniture or decoration on my way to Kaguya-saka's room. I guess she probably spends most of her time in her room. We make our way to the top floor. Kaguya-saka leads me to a room at the end of the hall and opens the door. I met with a fairly organized room. There are various technologies such as game consoles, tablets, sound systems, and a large PC setup. I could also see some anime posters as well as some stuffed animals. Thinking about it, this is my first time in a girl's room besides Yoko Ness, but I don't think this is what I normally expected. While your room is surprisingly organized, actually did a lot of cleaning before you got here. It was much messier than this. I don't think my closet can handle any more of my junk. I have to move some of my stuff to another room. Akiyosaka walks over to her PCs, already unplugged and detached from the rest of her setup. She picks one of the computers along with a screwdriver and a box containing one of the graphics cards we bought the previous day and places the items in front of me. Hey, this is my baby, so you better not be breaking anything. Otherwise, this won't be the only thing leaving the house broken. Fearful for my life, I sit down and pick up the screwdriver and start gently unscrewing the side panel. Agizaka laughs as he sees my delicate labor and walks towards her desk to grab the other PC. She places it down beside me and gets started on her own work. I won't be keeping you here too long. I know you probably want to get home before Mana's karaoke stream. Yeah, I completely forgot it's today. Oh, you forgot a Mana stream? That's surprising. Why is this you are? I guess I've been distracted recently. I wonder what's been distracting you. Oh, just recently some girl wants to spend some time with me, so I've been running around to her whims. You aren't making this up. Can't imagine that happening. Yeah, you're right. I must have been hallucinating. Alright, I'm gonna go stretch and hydrate. Hold on, hold on. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I must have been hallucinating. You should probably get that checked. Doesn't seem that healthy. Well, ignoring your unsuccessful gaslighting, are you excited for our karaoke stream? Yeah, I've always been a huge fan of karaoke, and the songs that she picks are always great. She has great taste in music. Agreed. I wonder what she'll be singing today. Probably some vocalized songs. Probably. Are you excited for our anniversary stream? I'm expecting it to be the greatest stream ever. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be great. I wonder what kind of stuff she'll be doing. What do you think? Kaguya has slowed down her movements. She remains silent, her body moving to the rhythm of her breath. She seems to be taking deep breaths. Kaguya? Oh, sorry. Are you okay? You seem to run out of breath. It's nothing. Kaguya has slowly moved her hand movements to a halt. She doesn't seem to be paying attention to the task at hand anymore. She continues to take slow, deep breaths. Are you sure? You don't seem fine. It's okay, you don't have to worry about me. It's this again. The dance of showing and restraining concern for each other. Normally, I try to respect her wishes, but this doesn't seem like a situation which I should ignore what's going on. Here, let me finish that for you. I'm just about finished with this computer anyway. You should get yourself a glass of water or something. Thanks. Kaguya gets up and exits the room. I wonder what that was. Does she have problems with anxiety? I only mentioned Mana's upcoming anniversary stream. Maybe that's all somehow related? Kanazaka, Kaguya enters the room again with a glass of water in her hand. She makes her way to the chair and sits down. Sorry about that. I could take over now if you want. That's okay, I'm almost done here. After feeling the click of the motherboard mount after pushing the graphics card in, I started screwing the graphics card into place. Kaguya sits quietly in her chair watching me work. Did I say something I shouldn't have said? No, it wasn't your fault. It's just something that I've been feeling anxious about. I'll manage. Is there anything I can help with? Well, technically, you're already helping with it. Well, by being here and doing the work. So thanks. And also thanks for the concern. But it really isn't something worth worrying about. I'm not entirely convinced. I finished screwing the side panel back onto the PC. Hey, if there's anything you're going through that even I can help with, don't feel bad about asking me. Don't think of it as a don't think of it as being a parasite or me showing unnecessary concern. Just think of it as continued repayment for the debt I owe you for that postcard. Kaguya just stares at me blankly. Okay, yeah, that wasn't the most convincing for me, I admit, but I can't think of any other way to try and help you without making you feel like you're just taking from me. Kaguya stares at me for another few seconds and starts laughing. What was that? That wasn't convincing at all. But thanks. I hope that one day I'll become someone worthy of your concern. Kaguya walks to me and picks up the PC in front of me. She takes it back to her desk and starts plugging in her peripherals. By the way, is this your first time in the ghost room? Of course not. Family members don't count. By the way, is this the first time you let a guy in your room? Don't be the director question back at me. Fine, it is. Oh, I see. What about your answer? What answer? You know exactly what answer. I asked if this was your first time you let a guy in your room. That I'm not obligated to answer. Well, but answer your question. What are you, 12? We're not taking turns here. I can choose to answer what I want. I'm going to take your reluctance to answer as a yes. Baseless assumptions only walk a path of ignorance. Hey, a path of ignorance doesn't sound too bad. Staying with the comfort of your own bubble and not having to deal with the problems that exist outside of that world. Sign me up. Excuse me. Excuse me. It's not just taking the easy way out. It is. You might never know what could have been, but you avoid getting hurt. You don't have to deal with the uncertainties, anxieties, and other hardships of taking a step outside. Don't you feel that way sometimes? That you rather would take the easy way out? All the time. But I'm not the type of person to stay content with that fate. Now when I know there's something out there that I want, would you really be okay with staying ignorant? When you know deep inside that it isn't what you're truly looking for? To stay withdrawn and avoid taking any steps forward because I'm afraid of getting hurt is something I wouldn't be able to settle for? I know it's the easy way to stay withdrawn within your own world. I'm inclined to say that it's not even cowardly to do that. It might even be the most logical thing to do. But I refuse to resign myself to such a miserable fate. I'm going to take a hold of that opportunity and try to find what I'm looking for, even if it means getting hurt. Even if it means that I might not be able to find what I'm looking for. Besides, because to me, remaining stagnant is akin to accepting the hand that was dealt to you and never fighting back. It's like this was the fate that was assigned and that I should just accept it. But I'm the one who determines my own fate. You really are amazing, Kaguyazaka. Huh? I'm really not. I don't think that I would have had the strength to take that step myself. I'm just the type of person to have others do it for me. Even though I know it's something I have to accomplish in my own strength. That's why I think you're amazing. I'm really not the person you think I am. Even though I just gave a whole spiral about determining my own fate, reality is a whole different beast. But I'll still accept your compliment. Consider that to be a +1 bond level with me. Isn't that still 1,000? Well, progress is progress. Yep, you're bond level 7 now. Wait, that's lower than before. I can't help but laugh at Kaguya. It really is weird how I'm not nervous in this situation. I'm with Kaguya in her own room. Not to mention, we're both in college. This isn't what I imagined how that scenario will typically go. I probably shouldn't be thinking like that. I'm going to start having weird expectations. But what guy wouldn't have those thoughts in this situation? Okay, now I'm starting to make myself nervous. Stop me. Clear your mind out of impure thoughts. You're a clear mirror that reflects still waters. I look over to Kaguya and catch her staring at me with a smile. Our eyes met and it feels like the world stops for a moment. Maybe it was because of the mood, but Kaguya turns her head away, without letting me catch a glimpse of her expression. I also turned my head away in embarrassment. Clear mirror, still water. Clear mirror, still water. Ah, my heart is beating too fast right now. Dang it. Stop being so endearing, Kaguya. Why do you have to be cute there? That's awkward. I could only be I could only hear the beating of my heart in the silence that followed. I glanced over at Kaguya to see that she's still looking away. Suddenly her head perks up. Wait, what time is it? Kaguya picks up her phone to look at the time. Shoot, it's almost time for Mana's stream. We should probably get going. Honestly, I don't mind missing out on it. I could always look back at the VOD. Eh? Kagezaka looks back at me. Just as surprised as I am with what I said. Wait, why did I just say that? I'm basically telling her that I want to stay here. What's gotten into me? I usually never would miss out on a Mana stream. Am I really deciding to stay here with Kageyazaka over missing out on Mana's last stream before our anniversary? I'm flattered that you want to stay with me badly, but I have some obligations, so you're gonna have to go home for today. Oh, alright. Don't be too disappointed. I'll message you later tonight. Now get going. You can make it home before the stream starts. Yeah, I think I'll be able to make it. Thanks for having me over today. I'll talk to you later. Bye! I navigate my way out of Kageyazaka's house and find that it's already becoming dark outside. I didn't do a good job at hiding my disappointment, did I? She's probably gonna hold over me later by teasing me. I glance at the window of Kageyazaka's room on the second floor before releasing a big sigh. I start walking back home, thinking back on the events today. The sound of insects and distant cars fill the air as I arrive at the door to my apartment, just in time for Mana's stream to start. I reach into my pockets to pull out my keys, only to feel the softness of fabric. I check my other pockets on the off chance I have decided to put my keys in a different direction, different location. Did I really need the keys to my apartment at Kageyazaka's place? I was super distracted by what happened towards the end, and I was in a bit of a rush to get back so I wouldn't miss Mana's stream. I don't really think that I really have a chance at this point. I'll have to walk back to Kageyazaka's place and watch Mana's stream on my phone in the meantime. I give another big sigh before heading back in the direction I came. What am I even doing? It's not even ideal, but tuning into my phone will have to do. That being said, she's probably taking a bit to transition from my intro screen. Komana! It's a shiny star in the night sky, Mana Orion! Sorry about the delay. I got occupied by something and didn't have much time to prepare. You guys probably don't mind though. Not like you have anything much better to do with your time. Let's get started. I feel like singing my heart out tonight. First, I got one of my favorites. The sound of the powerful electric instrumental fills the air around me. Oh, this is one of Mana's favorite Vocaloid songs. I guess Kageyazaka was right. Mana's voice enters with a soft and steady tone. The lyrics are all about wanting to become someone like you, but at the same time wanting to become someone that feels very much like me. Isn't that contradictory? I guess not if the you is referring to someone that is also myself. But I guess even the song asks, but then would you really be me? Sort of reminds me of my conversation with Kageyazaka. Mana builds a steady crescendo as the song approaches the chorus, her voice in perfect harmony with the feelings of resonation from the song. As Mana delivers the chorus, I can feel my phone lightly reverberate from the power of Mana's voice. The lyrics are how the way that one is. They are better off dead when they wish that the world so that everybody hated them and rejoiced if that were to disappear. That way all the reasons for wanting to say goodbye would go away. The song itself sounds really pleasing to the ear, but the lyrics are nothing short of howling. I wonder how much this meaning of the song plays into being one of Mana's favorites. But the song isn't necessarily without any hope either. The one that these lyrics are directed towards is someone that is able to smile at the singer's existence. because of that, the singer cannot bring themselves to disappear. Does having just one person that much makes a difference? I continue to walk down the path back to Kaguya-saka's place. I start to see that Kaguya-saka's house is in the distance. It's faint, but I can see some lights are still on. She must be still up. I guess I'll give her a call. I paused by the stream while she was still singing. Guess I could afford to miss a little bit of the song. I called Kaguya-saka's number and put my phone to my ear. I heard my phone ring twice before being sent to voicemail. I pull up Mana's stream to see that I hadn't missed too much of the song. After a few seconds, I hear the sound of a phone ringing. It's coming from Mana's stream. Mana's voice wavers and she starts going into a mini panic mode. I can hear the sounds of Mana picking up her phone from her desk. The sound of the phone is silenced after 2 rings. Sorry. I forgot to mute my phone before the stream. It's nothing important. Sorry. I'll start the song over. I'm frozen in place as Mana starts the song over again. That was just a coincidence, right? But what are the odds that the events are exactly the same and the timing is almost perfectly aligned with the stream? There's no way. I'll try to call Kaguya-saka one more time. I call Kaguya-saka once again to hear a continuous ringing, no response. The prompt to leave a voicemail is the only thing I hear. Maybe Kaguya-saka is just asleep and that's why she's not answering. But why did it only ring twice? And now it's ringing all the way to voicemail after Mana said she muted her phone? I swallow and take a deep breath before making my way closer to Kaguya-saka's house. I reach the gate of her house and my phone still in my hands. Mana is currently chatting in between songs. I reach my finger for the doorbell but hesitate to press it. I'm unsure about if this is what I should be doing. The desire to confirm my suspicions is so strong that I should be fighting every existing belief that I have this knowledge should be kept secret. No, there's no possible way. They're completely different people, and I have to get my keys or else I won't be able to go back. I really am stupid for thinking this. Let's just press it. I finally gathered the strength to push the doorbell. I could see my hands shaking. Mona continues to talk like normal. Each second that passes feels like an eternity. I concentrate on every word that is spoken through my phone. 5 seconds pass. 6, 7. I heard the faint sound of a doorbell, and I see Mana's model perk up. Sorry for the interruptions, guys. I'll be right back. Don't blow up everything up while I'm gone. I can feel my heart racing as I swallow. My eyes are locked on the front door of Kaguya-saka's house. After it feels like an eternity, I heard the sounds of the door being unlocked. Kaguya-saka walks out in a typical casual mannerisms, showing as he approaches. She opens her mouth and what comes out is that familiar tired voice. Hey, I saw that you called and now I see that you're standing outside my house again. Didn't I say that I was busy? Didn't you miss me that? Kaguya stops before the gate and pauses after seeing the expression on my face. I don't even know what expression I was showing. Was it shock, happiness, anger, excitement, disappointment, all that above? What's that with that expression? Is that something wrong? Are you Mana? What? Kaguya-saka stops and realizes that Mana's usual background is playing time freezes and the only sound that can be heard is the sound of Mana's BGM. It takes Kaguya what feels like minutes to come to a realization. Her expression immediately changes. Her eyes widen and she starts breathing heavily. Hey, it's not. I can hear the deep breath that Kaguya has to take in between her words. I'm unable to form the words to say. Kaguya knows that there isn't a way to get out of the situation. If she's to return, the timing would confirm my suspicions. If she is to stay here, then she would end up doing the same. I can see terror and confusion in her expression. The surge of thoughts and emotions running through my mind is overpowering any decision to say something to alleviate the situation. I need to say something. Anything. I left my keys in your room, I think. Huh? Oh, let me get them real quick. Kagizaka walks quickly back into her house, her steps erratic. Minutes pass as I stand outside. Suddenly, I hear the voice of Mana. Hey guys, I'm really sorry, but something important just came up. I'm gonna have to end the stream here. It's nothing bad, I promise. I'll see everybody on my anniversary stream. Otsumana! Oyasumana! The stream immediately ends without transitioning to Mana's outro. Her voice was shaky and out of breath. The realization hits that this is actually the same voice as the one that I've been hearing that has little to no life in it. After a few minutes, Kaguya comes out with my keys in hand. Here. Thanks. She hands me the keys and we both stand in silence, not making eye contact. Kaguya is the first to break the silence. You know, don't you? What even are my options here? It's obvious to both of us at the point. Playing dumb might just make her angry. Yeah. Give me some time to process this. I'll message you tomorrow night. Okay, and I won't tell anyone. Have more faith in my trust. I know you're not the type of person to try and spread it. Please don't reach out to me until I message you. Yeah. Hey, Ogo, welcome to the stream. Hello. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Cookie Buddy Nation. Hello. Yeah, right now it is 1:30 a.m. in my time zone. And we're just finishing up the visual novel. Yeah, I'm gonna end my stream pretty soon on my end. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow then. Night. I watch as Kaguya turns and walks back to her house. I just stand in place even after the door had shut behind her. I don't know what happened after that. The next thing I knew, I was in my room, staring at my ceiling. I was unaware of anything happening around me. There was only one thing I could focus on. Kaguya. Want to hear a joke? Yeah, as long as the as long as the joke relates to the Twitch TOS. It's all good. My CSC. But yeah, Ogo, welcome to the stream. Hello. Hello, Ogo, welcome to the stream. I lie in bed, still processing one of the events that had transpired with just a dream. I don't know how long it has been since I arrived home, but I'm unable to fall asleep. I breathe heavily, my heart still pounding from the rush of emotions I'm feeling. But Kaguya is Mana? I think that would explain a lot of things, but that would just make everything else more confusing. Why are they so different? Or are they? I mean, I guess it would have a similar way of messing with people. But how are the voices coming from the same person? Mana is so positive and helpful, but Kaguya seems like the soul has been sucked out of her. Oh, so right now what we're doing is we're doing like a visual novel. So we're reading out a visual novel right now. Yeah. So what we're doing right now is we're reading a visual novel, and the visual novel is called Vtuber Connect. So I'm doing like some voice acting. I'm practicing my voice acting. So that's what I'm doing right now. I am practicing my voice acting skills with the characters. So yeah, it's a visual novel. It's a VTuber visual novel, and because I'm a VTuber, it actually matches so well. It actually matches so well. So it's a pretty interesting game. Nice commentary. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mana is so polite and hopeful, but Kaguya seems like the soul has been sucked out of her. Kaguya was so hard on herself, and Mana, who's the object of everyone's attention, had always thought VTubers, Mana especially, were these unreachable figures of kindness, virtue, and strength. Should I be angry that Kaguya is completely different? If so, then what? Then what aren't I? Should I be calling her? Should I be calling her a liar and a coward? Is that even fair? All I can feel right now is confusion, of course, and excitement. The sudden realization hits me. I've been interacting with Mana this entire time. Thank you so much for the headpad. Thank you. Yeah, right after this, it is getting really late over here. It's like 2 a.m. It's gonna be 3 a.m. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Yeah. Oh boy, 3 a.m. But yeah, thank you so much for the head pats. I appreciate it. The good thing about a long distance relationship is that all four people are happy. Let me see. But at the same time, too, a long distance LDR, like a long distance relationship. Wait, an LDR, right? Oh yeah, I have heard of LDR or long distance relationship. They only really get to see her on stream and can never make their existence known. Maybe you can get a bit of attention by donating, but almost everybody will never even get a knowledge. And I've been able to interact with her in person, even spending alone time with her. Heck, I've even been inside Mana's room alone with her. Mana has been voluntarily interacting with me this entire time. Thank you for the object redeemed. Thank you. about LDR or long distance relationships. I've heard about it. Surely that means she has an interest in me, right? I can be somewhat special to a person like Mana. How many people can only dream of this situation? Even more so that I know her identity. How many people know that's besides me? I mean, Kaki Osaka doesn't seem to be interacting with too many people, so it must only be me, right? Have you guys for there is something about like relationships that I've heard about, and it's the not just LDR, but like relationships. I just got a ban notification. Wait, a ban notification? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me see what this is. Hold on. Ban notification. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what the ban notification is. Okay. But yeah, for a channel for ban notifications, there's usually restrictions. Yeah, there's usually restrictions. So no direct ban notification, but there's gonna be like restrictions. Like if you try to join the chat or view the channel streams, yeah. So you won't receive a notification for a channel. Got to go. My college started. All right, take care. Have a good class. I pull out my phone and open a private browser and start searching for any indication that Mana's identity is known on the internet. There's no concrete evidence for any speculations, only wild assumptions built on desperate grasps of information. These are all completely wrong. Nobody knows a thing. I'm very likely the one who knows. It's actually crazy. One day, I'm just any one of those tens of thousands of viewers, and the next I figure out I've been spending time with her alone. I don't know how long I've spent awake in bed that night. The adrenaline won't wear off, even after multiple hours of browsing the web for praises about Mana. I'm pretty sure I exhausted every top comment section on all of her VODs. Everybody's praising her. This is the person I'm special to. This is the last thing I remember before falling asleep is a clip of Mana's. Okay. Alright. So yeah, that's gonna be pretty much it for today, everyone. That is gonna be it. Okay, hold on. right. Thank you guys all so much for coming. Okay, that is pretty much it. I'm gonna try finish up the game later on. But let's look up schedule. So we didn't do a Gunpla build, Gunpla Kun build. But we did play Vtuber Connect today. We're gonna try and finish up Vtuber Connect tomorrow. Or, yeah, if not finishing up Vtuber Connect tomorrow, then not with finishing Vtuber Connect tomorrow. It is a really good story. Yeah, it is. It's a pretty good story. It's a really good story. Story is actually pretty good. Actually, a really good story. But yeah, it's a really, really good story. Actually, a pretty fun story. It's a pretty fun story. Alright, guys. That's gonna be pretty much it for today. Thank you guys all so much for coming. Okay, we're gonna look for someone to raid. Actually, I do have someone that I think we could raid that I haven't raided in a long while. But yeah. Let's see. We haven't raided them in a long while, but okay. Alright, we're gonna raid Vine 404. 444. And they're doing an art stream. Okay. I actually didn't know that you could actually start the raid from the chat, so it's actually a lot easier. I could just start the raid from the chat, and it'll make things a lot easier on my end. But yeah, thank you guys all so much for coming. We're going to be raiding Vine. Let's give the raid message before we do end up raiding. The announcement. Raid time! Yes! Thank you guys all so much for coming. Thank you guys. Okay. We are getting ready to raid. Alrighty. So, us the cookie! Thank you guys all so much. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful, wonderful day. Please do take care of yourselves. Thank you guys all so much. We are off to raid Vine 444, who's currently doing an art stream. So we're going to be starting the raid. Alright, everybody. It's the cookie. Hope to see you guys all tomorrow. Bye-bye. See you later.